Hallo. 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 This is running on the GPU, my brothers. This is running on the GPU. Oh yeah, baby. You heard me right. This is running on the GPU. Today is the day, my brothers. Today we need to make sure that we finish the task of 200,000 enemies. Today we are going to learn how to draw from within a compute shader directly to a render pass. From a compute pass to render pass. That's what we're going to learn today. We're going to learn this and then the other one. Where is the upload? Hold up. I commented this out. Interesting. Wonder why they don't collide. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Indirect render calls. Well, indirect render calls or render call with count. Yes. Mr. Game Developer. Hello there, my man. Yeah. How's the game going, bro? Going better. Going better. Enemies are not colliding with each other. That's not too good. But they are now following the grid properly. And it behaves exactly the same. We do not update enemies on the CPU. It works. Your 27p, is it only for me? That is only for you. I am streaming in 1080p. I did not change anything. I deferred that till next week. I am doing 1080p stream. Proof. Here's the proof. Look. If nothing, delete. Look. This is now running on the GPU. Same behavior. I have managed to figure out what the issue is, guys. On the CPU, on the GPU, I was accessing the wrong movement vectors, and therefore the enemies were not calculating the tiles properly that they were on, and they would get stuck in the terrain because they thought they needed to move somewhere where they couldn't actually move. Now they no longer get stuck. But you see here that the enemies ignore each other, and I just figured out why. Actually, I just figured out why. Because I am not running. Hold up. I am not running update chunks, which changes the tiles. Though actually I am. On update enemies, I'm updating the chunks here too with the enemy index. Alright, render data, render doc. Left side, yeah, the left side is because they spawn in a tile where they cannot move. I need to spawn them where they can actually move. So they get put into a tile that doesn't have a direction.
No.
Eurus isn't just subscribed. I haven't followed closely the streams lately. What happens if you try to render to 100k enemies? Or haven't you tried yet because you know it won't work well?
I have tried it, and no, it will work well, but the game goes down to 40 FPS because I'm rendering all of the enemies on the CPU. I need to go from compute shader and stay on the GPU to render them. That's what makes it slow. I have a for loop of creating 180,000 transforms. That's what happens.
Dash.
Hold up, are they looking at the wrong tile for collision detection? Maybe it's the tiles here. That could be it. Let's see. VK dispatch. This is the enemies. Compute shader. We have the tiles. And it looks like... Hold up. Obstacle index. Next. Number. Enemy count. Do we have tiles with enemies? Nothing. It's all 0. So all the tiles seem to be 0, which is why they don't collide. Okay. Well, hold up. That could be the chunk enemies here. And then we'll see if that works. I see, 40 FPS is still quite respectable for 200k enemies on screen. Yeah, it is. And it's only slowed down by the CPU. On the GPU, they are running at over 1,000, 2,000 FPS. I don't know. We can make a calculation, right? 1 divided by 60 is 16 milliseconds, right? So that is 60 FPS. And so 1 millisecond is 1,000 microseconds. 70 microseconds is how long it takes to update the enemies. Then we divide 1,000 by 70. That is 14 times. We can fit that 14 times in there. If we are running at 1 ms, how much FPS do we have?
I love Cakez.
I don't even know.
Just kidding.
Times 16, right? 14 times. So basically we take 60 FPS, multiply that by 16, which is 960 FPS, multiply that by 14. It's running at 13,000 FPS. I didn't test the web yet. I'm currently just making it work on the CPU. Let's see, are they separating now? They seem to be separating now. They seem to be no longer overlapping too much. And then they all get stuck in the middle. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Yeah, so that's what we have right now. This is looking more and more like an actual swarm. This is 1,800 enemies. I tested this on the CPU yesterday in the evening to check where the programming mistake was. And the programming mistake was caused on the GPU. In the compute enemies, it was the move in X. I had a previous grid position X here and grid position Y, but I was moving in X, so I had to put the grid position X here. So it was using the wrong tile to figure out where to move here. 200k when? We can already do 180k if you want to. But first, I would really like to test out how to render enemies from inside the compute shader. So there's 2 ways to do this. I could make a new render function that takes in an enemy. That takes in an enemy and renders that enemy, but then I have to increase the enemy data. There are some enemies that don't move. Yeah, okay, so I will fix that so I don't get this all the time. The reason why that happens is because the tile that I'm spawning the enemy on Vector 2 tile. hold up. Chunks, right? We're spawning the enemies. We need to spawn the enemies at the end. So GPU tile is render data tiles on chords dot x times grid size plus chords dot y, and then these need to be turned into ints, so they are indices. Tile if, there we go, if tile dot flags is greater than 0 or is equal 0, not blocked, break while true. There you go. Are you happy now? Hold up. Spawn trees, spawn bushes, calculate flow field, find shortest path, copy grid to tiles, spawn enemies. Spawn swarm. There you go. Now all the enemies should move. Split up the files? Why do you care so much about the size of my game, bro? Do you have size issues? Maybe I have a small one or something. It doesn't matter if I have 1,000, 2,000 or 5,000 lines of code in my file, okay? As long as the game is good. The game is what matters, buddy. Cakez, your file is too large. What? You already have 2,000 lines of code and you just started the game? Stop! Make a file for each structure, please. Do you work on the game only during streams? I mean, I made progress since yesterday after I quit the stream, so no. But right now I'm in one of those phases where it's like when I play League of Legends. And by the way, Prösterchen. Alcohol-free Erdinger, I can recommend. Very delicious beverage. Is isotonisch. It is about 125, exactly 125 calories for a 500 milliliter bottle, and very delicious beverage.
Hello.
Also kind of healthy. Better than Coca-Cola, much better. Let's see, how much calories does a can of Coke have? Let's check. Shall we? Where's Firefox? When you need it. Calories of Coca-Cola 300 milliliter. No, hold up. 42 calories. So hold up. You have 42 calories per 100 milliliter. So if you multiply that, holy, that's 210. So this is half. This is half the calories. Not bad. Not bad. What is in there? Wasser, Weizenmalz, Gerstenmalz, Hopfen, Hefe, Gärungssäure. Yeah, seems good. Should it be 3 for 42? Yeah, but I need to compare the entire size. So a can of, like, if I multiply that by 3, of course, right? 42 by 3, we are 120. So we have the same there. But you have 200 milliliters less that you can drink of the can. That's why you drink the diet version. Yeah, I do have diet versions too, but I don't know what the diet or the sugar-free stuff does to you. Erdinger follows the Reinheitsgebot, so it's not filled with crap. See, that's the awesome part about living in Germany. We Germans, we know our beers. Yeah. The beers are good. And so I have a alcohol-free beer because I don't want to get alcohol addiction. So, and that's been a great beverage for me. Apparently still some enemies get stuck. Even if I do the code. They still get spawned into places where they can't go. So I'll fix that soon. Like especially here they get stuck. I'll have to figure out why, but we'll figure this out. Anyways, now is time. Since the enemies are separating very nicely, I like that a lot. Now it's time to do the render enemy thing. And we can look at compute particles. Basically what it writes is a number of particles and then we have render particles. It takes in the storage buffer of particles, gets the vertex and instance index, reads a particle, builds a quad out of the particle, and multiplies the radius, makes it bigger, and then writes vertex output. So what we need to do is, since we have a texture atlas in the fragment shader, we need to know the atlas position, the size of the sprite. These need to be packed into int 16s. We can do that even on the GPU. So we definitely need another 2 ints. Atlas position packed and atlas size packed. Or is it, wait, atlas position can be 16, atlas size can be 16. So we are talking 260. So atlas position and size packed. We have the enemy position in the world already. We have global data for the matrix. Since we know which matrix to use, which is the game matrix, we don't need that index. The render options are on the enemy, so we have that already. The angle is missing, rotation angle. We can put an angle 0 for now. Let me just see, quad. What do we need? On the vertex shader, we need the matrix. We don't need the font and matrix index. We have the matrix index. We know which matrix we want to get at. We know which matrix we want to get. We can set this to 0. We can, the render options we have. We don't have the color. We actually do have the color on the enemy. That's good. Render options we have. We have the position of the enemy. The size of the enemy is not part of it, so we need the size. Okay, we do need the size. Though we could just default the size for now to the sprite size. We have that. The layer. We need the layer. That's something we don't have. The rest seems to be everything we have already. Yeah. Okay, so that needs to be seems to be all we need. Let's look at the compute, the shader header. So an enemy. We have padding, 1 padding left over. That could be the atlas position and size. Atlas position size pack. Or atlas pack. Let's just call it the atlas package. Good. Now, we don't need the angle, but as far as I remember, we needed... So that would be position and size. Enemy position, then atlas size. Let's see, size. T, transform. That's in a transform, of course. A transform was Atlas position packed. Sprite size. Wonder why this is not... Oh, position is 2 ints. I see. So I need the... I see. That's annoying. So we... position and size are both 2 ints. So I can't... like 2 16s. So I can't actually pack them. Meaning... Atlas position pack, Atlas size pack, Atlas position, Atlas size. Okay, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, if we were to pack the animation state properly and stuff like that, it would be a lot easier. But okay, we need to pack these two for now. I will package this a lot better. Like once we have this running, the package will go lower. But we really don't need to at the moment. Again, I told you already that compute enemies. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Compute enemies runs at nothing. Dispatch right now, that's 5 microseconds for 1,000 enemies. 1,000 guys, 1,000 enemies, almost 2,000 enemies on screen, which is a lot actually. You know, it's quite a few. Right now on the GPU takes 5 microseconds. I can't run right now because I changed the pack here, so we have to do that. That's crazy. Though I still need a way to get the correct sprite on the enemy based on what they have. So we have to kind of figure out how to get that data. Maybe I need to put enemy structures and data. So the type of the enemy could give me these two things. Meaning in global data, I could hold an array of enemies. Enemy prefabs, which is an array of enemy data, and then we need to define enemy data. No, not enemy data, enemy prefab. Hold up. Is it easier to hot reload to have for hot reload to have it all in one file or a few files? It doesn't matter for hot reload because includes save view. You need to include CPP files anyways in hot code reloading because you are going to build. Well, you don't need to, but usually to make it easier and the command readable, so you don't have a bunch of input files and the command needs to be fast, you want to build one CPP file. In order to build one CPP file, you kind of have to do a Unity build, which means you are including other CPP files into that CPP file so that it becomes one compilation unit. The moment it becomes one compilation unit, you drastically reduce the compilation time needed to build your game. And then once you have that, it doesn't matter if you have 100 files or 200 files or one file. Before it does the compilation process, it literally just copy pastes all of the code from all of the includes into one file. It becomes one file anyways, is what I'm saying. This new game? Yeah, this is a new game. Let's see. Enemy prefab. Let's go to game.h. Guys, let's level up coding so we can be a bit faster, right? Waiting for Gothic, the last video was very entertaining. Oh, glad you liked it, my brother. Yeah, there are some people on YouTube and on Twitch that would like me to play Gothic. I will. I'm trying to get there. I have a promise for today to show 200,000 enemies on screen, and I really want to reach that. And everything in my life has been nothing but to work toward that, towards that point. Trying to move my engine towards hot reload. I've made the code split now. I've created single engine DLL. Let's go for the game side. Nice, that's good. Well, you said 100,000, but at the state of the CPU implementation was. But at the state the CPU implementation saw collision against the walls. I have collision against the walls and with enemies already on the GPU. So I can run 100,000 right now. I can literally do 100,000 right now. That works. But I want the... I'll go for the 200k. Have you fixed the light problem? No, I have not. I don't know why. But maybe it fixes it when we draw the enemies differently. So let me see. I'm trying to find an enemy prefab. We have an enemy type. You know what? I really should... Enemy prefab. I should really put these together. If animation state needs to be at the top, then just put it there. Where's the enemy data struct? Oh, it's here. I wonder why it's there. It's probably there because the main game loop, the main thing can't work then. Okay, it can. 1 sec, my wife's calling. Great. $50 kilograms slammed my wife's foot. Okay, great. Let's continue. Okay, so do I need that on the render? Let's build. But you are correct, enemies are not attacking palisades yet, but adding that code in should work. Should not be that difficult to do. Because I can already read the tiles, and all I really need to do is do the animation. Now, I might not be able to make the palisades wiggle around, because I don't think I can get them on the GPU in time today, but I can definitely make the enemies attack and stop. Because I have that code is blessings to her. Yeah, blessings to her. Shader header. All right, so now we need to make sure that we don't do this. We call this back padding. We can get the prefab information. We don't really need that, but at least we have the type index, which then, yeah, well, let's call it type index. That's fine. There we go. Hope she's okay. Yeah, she's okay. She said it hurts a little bit, but yeah. Let me see. It does build, which is nice. Now it won't build because we have one issue with the type. Needs to be type index. We need to put the enemies in global data. So we need render interface, struct global data, struct global, okay, global data. We need to put enemies there. That is shader data. So we need enemy prefab, enemies, enemy prefabs. Now we need that enemy prefab then on the shader data, which here enemy prefab GPU, I guess I call it GPU because this is an int. And then animation state count, we should have that. Shader header. Here. Count. Yeah, okay. I guess we get that. Animation state. Let's just get this from here. That is in the game. That needs to be in the rendering interface. Shader data. Enum animation state. Enemy prefab. Complaints because this is an enemy prefab GPU. And then this right here, we need to put that in the shader header right above the global data, because yeah, we need enemy prefab GPU, and these need to be converted into HP i32. Then we need to have a tag, which is i32. Then we need to have speed, which is f32. Then we need to have tag index, which is i32. There you go. And then we have an array, where basically sprites, which is an array of i32s, comma, animation state count. That is the animations. We shouldn't really call it sprites, but fine. Good. And then we have those enemy prefabs on the GPU in the global data. And then when we initialize the game, init game, you could call it frames. Yeah, that's a good idea. Great. Shader data. Frames. There you go. Once we init the game, we need to copy over the enemies to the prefabs. Copy over enemies. And we should probably do it. Yeah. Hold up. We just do that here. Copy over enemy prefabs to global data. Or the renderer does that on its own. We'll see. For const enemy prefab on enemies, render data global data dot enemy prefabs on. Oh, we need an index, of course. Enemy prefab GPU dot attack is enemy prefab dot attack. And then we have a bunch more. HP, speed, HP, speed, attack index and sprites. And then the sprites is the big one, because it's a copy, so I guess it's just a mem copy, I hope, into enemy prefab GPU.sprite frames. Why was it called sprites? Oh, cause I called this sprites, but this is frames. There you go. We'll fix this and call it frames. Okay. We mem copy the frames from the enemy prefab.frames using animation state count or array size of enemy prefab.frames. That should be it. That's the copy over to this. Then over here, a copy of enemy prefabs. Huh? Why is that complaint? Oh yeah. Huh? Huh? What? Oh. I see. Now we need enemy count in here. That's a bit annoying. Or I'm just gonna do 12 for now. It's like a random number. I guess I will do the number that the shader header needs. Whatever it tells me that I need to have is... You will tell me. $16, so is there a problem? Okay, it seems to be fine. Apparently, so 12 is okay. Good. Enemy prefab GPU, enemy prefab GPU. This one should be fine. So now we should have that in the global data. And I did it a bit fast. But at least now we can go back here and look at enemies. And since we have the prefabs on the GPU, we know what animation index, but we don't, we can't actually. We can't. We can't. Because it's a sprite ID, but it's not the actual sprite. Damn it. What you talking about, AI slop game dummy, huh? You're just trying to say that to make me mad. Prost. Guys, today is focus mode, okay? Today we get it done. It is focus mode. So I need to access to the Atlas position and size on the GPU, but it doesn't help if I just put an array of sprite IDs in there. I actually need the sprites. So an enemy prefab on the GPU needs to have an array of frames which struct a frame no, it's a sprite. A GPU sprite is an Atlas position packed i32, an Atlas size packed i32. That's what a GPU sprite is. A GPU enemy prefab then has frames, an array of not i32s but GPU sprites. And then these frames have to be put in there. But the problem is we also need a frame count. And we need a pivot offset. That's a lot. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Frame count, size, Atlas offset, pivot offset. Four things. Sprites, yeah. Sprites is better, yeah. That's fine. That is fine. It'll tell us if it's not aligned. I hate having to type this every time twice, but fine. It's only annoying for the setup code. And then once that's done, it's better. Great, I put an L at the end of everything. Is this foreshadowing, man? Bruh. That's not good. Okay, now we have that. Then it's going to complain. Also game.h. Enemy prefab, that should be sprites. We go back to sprites. Man, I'm on fire today, bro. Look at the coding speeds, man. I'm pretty sure I have like 1 million words per minute. Let me see. Enemy GPU. Enemy prefab. That's supposed to be a reference, by the way. And then this is sprites. And here we need to do a for loop. Oh, it's still called frames because of the shader data. That's supposed to be sprites. God, I'm good. Oh my god, I'm good at coding. Holy cow, did you see that? This guy just next level multi-cursored. Holy cow. Alright, so here we have to package the things, and we have that in render interface. Pack int. There you go. It takes in a vector2 and packs it into an int. So we have to call pack int. And we put the vector2 of sprite.atlas offset, for example. Is it a vector2 float? Yes, it is. And then over here we pack int sprite.size. Then we have the frame count, which is just sprite.frame count. That's no issue. And then we pack another int sprite.pivot offset. Now we get away with 4 of those. Okay, so now it's on the GPU. Nice. Let's build real quick and see if the game actually runs. Insane copy-paste strategy used. I thought no one had used that in 2026. I think we need a replay of this to slow motion to grasp what happened. Yeah. 100%. So German beer buff. This is German beer buff, it looks like, yeah. It's running out though. I don't have much left. Uh-oh. Let's see if it runs. It won't run, by the way. Spoiler alert. We're going to get a validation error that says that enemy prefab GPU does not exist, yeah, in shader header. And we have that multiple times because we call it a GPU enemy prefab now. There you go. Because we're also calling it GPU enemy. GPU tile, GPU sprite, GPU enemy. Okay, one more. What a... Nothing. It just works. So it's packaging it correctly already. The alignment is correct, my brothers. The alignment is correct. Oh, Noni. Props to ChatGPT. What did ChatGPT do, huh? It literally only told me that it's aligned. But then I changed the data anyways. So I did all of the work. It didn't do anything. I'm gonna ban this guy for 5 minutes. Actually, this guy is making me mad. 1 sec. You are gone, my friend. Just wait for... You are lucky that this doesn't load right now. You are so lucky. You are so lucky that this didn't load. Come on, man. Type. Come on. Say something. Huh? You don't you want to say something? Huh? He's so lucky. Yeah, you better not say something right now. Okay. How do you handle 200k enemies? Okay, there it is. He's so dumb. It's in 5 minutes. That was 10, sorry. Misclicked. It's your own fault. Ah. Nice. For anyone that wonders, this is alcohol-free beer, okay? I do not drink alcohol. This is alcoholic free. All right. Okay. We need one more compute shader. No, we need one more render shader now. And we need to handle... We need one more data on the enemy, if I remember correctly. Let's look at quad. There was something I needed. We have the position and the size of the enemy from the transform. That's fine.
Audra, thank you for $10. I really envy how you code. That's how I work too. Before full-time work broke my spirit, I'm trying to get my love for code back and escape the gamedev spiral because they took the joy out of my work and programming. And you're a big inspiration to me.
Big W's, my man. Mr. Arthur, thank you so much for $10. And bro, well, that's a crazy story, man. I guess you're not the only one, but bro, how did AI break your spirit, man? Look what happened. Because it was able to do so many things so fast. Yeah, I mean, it almost broke my spirit the other day too, not gonna lie. But it made me come back stronger. You can get there too, bro. You know what the good thing about AI is? I mean, there isn't any good thing, mostly. Is that it cannot go very far. It's like you get the base package really quickly, but then going further. Wait, guys, you guys told me why Randy did not finish his game already. Can you link me that again? Why don't we watch that in a sec? I feel like I'm on a big way to a W today. I feel really good. I've been making some smashing progress already. So, does anyone have the video? I forgot how to code. It's like coding atrophy. Really? I don't think I can ever forget how to code. And Simo Kim, thank you very much for following. Synix, Funa, Bella, and Vazek, thank you guys for following. I appreciate that. I had to admit that AI is actually a pretty phenomenal teaching/learning tool. Problem is when you use it as a substitute. Cakes, it really sounds like you just talk like ChatGPT now. Maybe time to chill.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger.
Okay,
Good
buddy.
game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
Thank you very much for the support, by the way. Guys, you didn't give him any W's in chat. Can you give him some W's in chat, please? Please? Look at this chat. Thank you, Sizzin. I appreciate that. Problem is the AI usage seems to drain your brain. What I noticed was, and I can tell you firsthand from the experience that I just was working with, Twitch crowd being rough, yeah, they always are. They always have to be contrarians. You tell them not to jump off a bridge, they will jump off a bridge. Like, and then you tell them to stay on the bridge. Sorry, you tell them to jump off the bridge, they'll stay there. That's just the way they are. I noticed that I mean, I had the same problem with GLSL. I forget like the semantics of the language, but I pasted a lot of code into ChatGPT to give me the WGSL, the WebGLSL or WebGSL code equivalent, and copy paste that, and that made me less. That basically did not help me learn the semantics of the language very well, because I was skipping over that learning process of having to type in a vector to F32 and defining it, or defining a variable of a certain type and initializing it. Like stuff like basic stuff is something that I would skip over because AI would give that to me immediately, right? AI at work shifted my job from writing code to reviewing code. I was basically just a full-time code reviewer for AI code and never solved problems in coding myself. See, I heard this so many times that your work becomes being a manager, I guess, while you just want to do the fun part of coding something, because then you build something. It feels like building something when you code something, at least for me. Don't know how it is for you. But I'm building a game, so I'm coding a game, and then seeing the world change is what really, how do you say that? Motivates me. And I think it's because I always wanted to change something in any game I played. Like even in Gothic 1 and Gothic 2, I would change a lot of things because I don't like certain aspects. I think the game could be much better if you were to change these things, you know. And then being able to do it is even like, it just feels so good. Why am I packing the Atlas position? Let sprite size be top left. Okay, so now, since we have packaged this already, we have the animation index, we have the frame count of the sprite. That means in the compute enemies. So hold up, I wanna see the game runs, right? That means if I go to game and update, I put the animation index here. I should be able in compute enemies, the very top, where I modulo the animation time by times the frame count, we let the frame count be global data.enemy prefabs on enemy.type index.frame count. And then we use frame count here. And that should allow me to still animate the enemies correctly, if I did it correctly. Let's see. Shall we see? Damage. Damage! We don't have a frame count. Yeah, of course, I need to look at... Of course. Hold up. We need to have the let enemy prefab be global data.enemy prefabs on enemy.type index. Then we get the frame count from the enemy prefab dot sprites on enemy dot animation state. Then we get the frame count. That's gotta be it. It works. So we are getting the correct animation frame count now in the GPU. That is much nicer. That is awesome. Cool. So now that we have that, we can write. What are we missing? Hold up. What are we missing in quad? There was one thing I was missing. I need the layer. I need to compute the layer. Or I compute the layer in the other shader because I have the position. So I can get the layer in the other shader. That's fine. Doesn't really matter where I compute it. What's your headphone? I don't know. It's a HyperX cheap headphone. It was 20 bucks or something. Or 30 bucks. It's a HyperX headphone for 20 to 30 bucks, which is what is it called? Very quiet. I don't recommend it. So I wouldn't buy it. Even if it's cheap. It's super quiet. Like I have it on max. You know, there's like a rotation blade here. You can put it on max. It is really not that good. Yeah, no, I gotta be honest. The HyperX headphones but it's 30 bucks only, so maybe that is the issue. That's why it's 30 bucks, because it's not loud enough. Judging by the taxes I will have to pay next year, I should actually get a very expensive new headphone. Gotta be honest. I just don't like spending money. But I should. I'm not deaf. My other headphone that I've been using for 10 years is much louder. This headphone is very quiet. I didn't use Claude Code yet. We didn't make a new project. But you know what I think would be a cool project, guys? and I'm pretty sure you would enjoy it. And we could make, you know, you could make an entire video out of it too. We could rebuild the kingdom rendering. You guys probably don't even know what game I mean, right? We rebuilt this game in a language that we try out. Maybe we rebuild this game in J. We know we have inspected the rendering of this game. I would need to draw some assets beforehand, or prepare them, or get them somewhere. I think it'll take 1 to 2 to 3 streams to rebuild. I don't mean rebuild the entire game, but basically the parallax background, the rendering, and the moving left and right with the animated horse. I don't mean the entire gameplay loop. That would be too much. Like, I don't want to make a full game. Yeah, the water shaders would be part of it. That's what why I would want to do that, because it's a reflection shader. I think that would be great content. Like, not gonna lie. No, we'll see if I do that. Okay, let's see. So the layer is something we can compute based on the position. Sprite size we get from the pack. Render options we have on the enemy. We have the matrix on the enemy. The color is on the enemy. We have everything. Time to write a new shader. Draw enemies. The cool thing about this is that we can take most of it from quad. So let's see, what do we need? We need a storage buffer, but this time it's not the enemies, but the transforms, it's enemy data. We call it enemies. The next thing would be global data, texture atlas and texture sampler. Good. Now, vertex output should literally be the same. And here's like the interesting thing. Right now I'm gonna copy it, but I kind of need mostly the same code for vertex and fragment shader. And I don't want to repeat myself, so it would be amazing if I could somehow merge this, right? Like the fragment shader cannot be touched. Like that cannot be touched, like definitely not. But the vertex shader. We are definitely getting the stuff differently from the enemy than from transforms. So for example, T position needs to be changed. We need to make a var. Position is, and first and foremost, we need to get a var or let enemy be enemies on instance index. That's the instance of the enemy that we're drawing. And then the position is enemy dot position. But in the render interface, when we get a transform, number one, we do this, but we also, when we draw a sprite, hold up. Are you considering adding radiance cascades? Would be cool in combination with swarms. You're doing well in a shader. I see you're doing well in shader language. How much time you spend learning it? I'm still bad at shaders. Oh, that's difficult to say because I've been doing this for years. This is a new shading language for me, but it's very similar to just shading languages in general. So I've been doing this for years, on and off. So it'll take some time, but you get better over time. And I'm by no means good at them. There's so much stuff that I don't know how to do, and I just use a bunch of if checks, which most people say is really dumb. Just get backseat Baku, that does it. That does it. 5 minutes. Just get backseat by Q for 3 years and you'll get the hang of it sooner or later. It's in 4 minutes. Mr. Lolboy, that was over the line. You know that. You know that. Not load font. Let's get rid of that. Get game position. Here. So we need the enemy size. Var size is, and we need to unpackage everything. Kinda wanna do it at the top though. Alright, so hold up. We need to get the enemy prefab too. So a lot of setup code here. Now we have the prefab. Let the sprite be prefab.sprites on enemy.animation index, animation state. And size then is here. Then we have let sprite size be. Hold up. Sprite size B. This is sprite size. T.sprite size. No, this is sprite.size, as far as I know. It is a bit complicated to get all of that, but Atlas size packed. How about we just say size Atlas position. You know, I'll just yoink. I'll just keep these. Okay, so we have the sprite size, and we can do the same thing for Atlas position. Atlas position packed. There you go. Now we have sprite size, Atlas position, and the size of the enemies is just sprite size for now. Then we have position and size, and the cool thing is we can just get rid of the T dot, and everything else should still be the same. Yeah, hold up. Okay. Oh yeah, this is just position, sorry. You'll get it today, Cakez. I believe in you, bro. I think we can, yeah. It's a lot of setup code, as you can see. But for the most part, we should be good. So that's the vertices, I think. I'm pretty sure we made a mistake. Ah, yeah, and then we need to obviously change the position. Which is why this is a var. A var is changeable. Size should not be changeable, so that's a let. Position, pivot. We don't have pivot. Let pivot be... what did I call that? Pivot offset. Pivot offset. Hopefully this is also pivot offset, yeah. Alright. Where's my 2? Yeah, I'm working on the 200 enemies. Can you guys wait? Oh my god. Do I crack this open right now? Or do I wait when I need a boost? Type 1 in chat if I should crack it open right now. Or do I wait? I have 2 salamis. Crack it open now? Okay, I'll eat a salami first though. You need to drink it when you make progress? Guys, that's so many number ones, bro. You sure? Got that done? Anything I forgot? That doesn't exist. Done. Matrix index. Matrix index is hello, my friend. Hello there, Daniel. How you doing, my man? Author projection game. Of course. Font index is 0. Render options is enemy and render options. Font index is here. Color is enemy. Enemy, I'm pretty sure we have add color, but let me just make sure. It doesn't have color. It doesn't have color and add color. That's bad. Okay, fine. We need to supply that later. It's fine. All right, projection is the matrix index, vertices, offset. We have position and size. Angle. Pivot offset. Pivot point. We still have the pivot point in here. Interesting. Pivot, we call it pivot. There you go. Author projection layer. Layer is calculated here. Get game position. Get layer. Position plus layer background. So we need world height, layer background. One sec, guys. I need to use floss, dental floss, to get something gone between my teeth. One sec. Hold up. Dracula and Videx, thank you guys for following. We see you? No, you don't. Only when I look. Almost done. Almost done. I just can't stand having something between my teeth. I hate it. Hold up. There we go. That's gone. That's good. Okay. Oh, so much better. No, guys, I'm not wolfing down another salami. There, I have one more though. Shit, I have one more. I actually have one more. What will be my punishment? World height. Do I have that? No. I wonder if we can do that with the commas here or not. We'll have to see. We need world height and we need layer background. Good. So Y position dot Y plus world height divided by 100,000 times 0.2 plus 0.2. Let layer be that. And then I still add the layer of the background on top of that. That's the layer. And then we can use that layer here. Global data window size, resolution, target resolution, floor, blah, blah, blah. Out position is intermediate position. Out local UVs is index. We have the sprite size already, then we could just supply that. There we go. Atlas position var left is Atlas position X. Hold up. Left is the first component because the position is X and Y. So X would be the first, yeah. So Atlas position at X is left. Right, and then top is Atlas position at Y. And then that is size. Then we're looking at the render options, which is enemy dot render options. We are flipping those. We get the GPU coordinates, our texture coordinates. I think we're done, guys. Obviously, there will be errors in there, but that could be the draw enemies function. Okay, so let's go to the main. Oh no, to the renderer. And reload programs. Let's add chunk enemies, compute enemies, draw enemies. I think I'd call it draw enemies, right? Yeah. Then we also do chunk, compute, draw enemies, TS. Draw enemies, and then we make a draw enemies program, which is render particles. It is a not light map, not lights, render game. It's a render game pipeline copy with a different shader. So that is oh my god. Draw enemies TS. Now we need a new program. Oh god. Draw enemies. Alright, so replace game program with draw enemies program /G. Good, so we have that, draw enemies TS. Just want to make sure that everything here is fine. Okay, so the layout entry. We have a storage buffer for the vertex in the vertex stage. We have the global data in both vertex and fragment. We have the texture and we have the sampler. This is not the transform buffer, but that's the enemies buffer. We want to read the enemies, and that is size of transform. No, this is size of enemy enemy data times max enemies. Or is it, what did I call it? What is the enemies buffer? Size of enemy data. Why don't I have that? It's in game.h. Ah, that's why. I need enemy data to be in the rendering interface, unfortunately. Oh, that's annoying. That's why I had it here. Yeah, okay. Then we have enemy data there, the enemies buffer, the global data and stuff like that. So that should already be everything we need. And we obviously call this draw enemies. And then here that's the draw enemies program and the draw enemies program. And then this is a draw enemies timestamp. And obviously the draw enemies, hold up, sorry. This is not a quad shader, it's a draw enemies shader. Did I forget something? Good, let's see if it compiles. Now it won't compile. Obviously we're gonna have code issues, right? We didn't write the draw enemies shader first try. That's not gonna happen. But let's see. We're going to, yeah, so we're going to get a bunch of coding issues. I don't need to expect it. Okay, so it begins with world height. All right, so that's already just the shader header. We can't just do this. So that doesn't exist. Next. You can't be serious. You cannot be serious. Okay. Okay. I was like, there's no way that I'm able to set this out correctly. Expected a semicolon, found var, but that's on already on 200. Vertex output. Oh. Damn. That's crazy. Wait. There has to be some more shader issues. Enemy.enemy type index. Enemies. Invalid accessor. Yes. Because We didn't supply the read write. Huh? Invalid accessor, invalid field accessor, enemies. Oh, because it's called enemy prefabs, isn't it? That's what it is. Okay, I would like to get some errors, because, yeah. Pivot. This is an immutable binding. Okay. Well, then we make it var. Next. This is what I was expecting. Scale. Oh, we don't have a scale, of course. Of course. Yeah. Good morning all. Hello there, Mr. SCS. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good, bro. Font index. I32, U32. Okay. Well, that's fine. We turn it to U. Doesn't really matter, but fine. Validation error, yeah. Entry point. Each point in verse domain is invalid. Entry point is invalid. Position can't work with 64 of type vector. B scalar kind of with 4. Type scalar. And 58 is of type scalar as int. So wait, hold up. It says... Oh, is it because I have to do divided by 2.0? Because these are floats. Invalid expression again. Cause scale is, I see. Scale is an integer. Now it's not. Angle 0 is also not a float. Hold up. Layout backtrace. Hold up. Initialized opening file draw enemies. Failed to read shader. Panicked. The pipeline layout descriptor run with backtrace environment will display the backtrace. The function cannot unwind. Huh? App init. No, hold up. App init. I think we are starting the game correctly now and we don't get errors. Okay, guys. So this is where we draw the enemies. This is actually already where we draw the enemies. Bruh. That's crazy. So basically we dispatch a compute pass here before for the what you call it. We dispatch a compute pass for the what you call it. For the particles. And then further down below it renders the particles. Now, all I need to do, if I am correct, is to yoink this code. And when I am drawing the game, which is here, I happen to also draw the enemies. Here on the render pass. And so that is how many enemies we have. And we get that. Yeah, we have enemy count. That's how many enemies we need to draw. And instead of that is the draw enemies program. I hate that. I hate that it lags so much in main, guys. At a certain point, it just becomes unbearable. Hello, Nix. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Good morning. Okay, guys. Who of you in chat thinks this will work? It basically replaces this loop. It will work. I have faith. I believe. Guys, you're being too naive. Okay? I have never drawn compute enemies ever before. Or compute anything. Only from an example. If it works, I crack open the Red Bull. This one. The zero sugar. Believe or get banned, I've learned from other chatters. Ha 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 ha. True. Showing off arms, we need a counter for that. What do you mean? I sit like this all the time. What's your problem, bro? Showing off arms. I haven't been in the gym for like a week because I had so much to do, bro. Arms built by salami. True. Okay, guys. Did you actually ban Capuche? Not yet. We don't have 200,000 enemies yet. But we're close. Shit, I already did the pst. Shouldn't have done it. I was too fast. Let's see. We're going to get an error. Okay, so it's not drawing any enemies. Great. Why not? The crazy part is, though, guys, we are not getting an error. I don't see an error, which is a good sign. I wonder why that is. All right, render doc time. Let's see. No. Okay, buddy. Yeah, you're trying to make mental gymnastics. Oh, he said by Friday, but he didn't mean at Friday, but before Friday. Yeah. Copy to buffer, enemy storage buffer. Why are we copying to the enemy storage buffer? Oh, it says we have a command to copy from the enemy storage buffer to the buffer here. Okay. Yeah, we can't really see the data layout unless we put the structure in here. It's fine. Let's see. We draw 2,500, then 250, which is the ground. Then we draw this. Then we draw this, and then this is where we draw both the game, which is beautiful, by the way. And this is the enemies that are not being drawn. And I think I know why. Sprite size 600 is wrong. 34 is correct. Texture coordinates. Point size. What is point size? Let's see. Pipeline state. In the vertex shader, we have the enemy's storage buffer. Well, it doesn't really tell me anything, right? We have the positions of those enemies, which are correct, the directions. This seems to be all fine. And the, hold up. Then we have the type index is 0. That's all good. Then pipeline stage, global data buffer. We could check if we are supplying the data correctly here. Could also be that this is the issue. We have HP, attack, speed, that's fine, attack index. Then we have the sprites. Atlas position packed. Now, the cool thing is, pivot offset packed, minus. If it stays greater than 60 FPS with atomics, then I accept the ban. It looks like we don't need atomics. Kapushman. Atlas size packed. How do I figure out if that's correct? Let's see, that should be the thing that's correct, guys. And then we'll go to the game. We will draw the enemies regardless, because if we do, then at least we can compare. Right. I know that I'm doing something wrong with the position and sizes. 100%. So either it's the pack or the unpacking. All right, let's let's make a screenshot. It's literally just data, guys. Once we have the data correct, we should be good. You're using the wrong sprite width. Yeah, I think there is definitely something wrong, that is something packed wrongly. So we'll figure out what it is. So this is it. And the enemies are drawn at the very end. I know that I draw about 200 non-enemies. So let me see. Texture viewer, pipeline state. Yeah, pipeline state, vertex shader transforms. Let's go into like something 200. Here are the enemies. Hold up, not here. Here are the enemies. And we know that these are the enemies. Hold up. Here are the enemies. So their size should be 34 by 34. And Atlas position packed should be 200, this right here. And if I compare that, then this is this is not even correct. Huh? That's not correct. So it seems to not copy the sprite correctly into the global data. It looks like. So for example, enemy prefabs, we get the sprite, we get the first one. Ah, these are all packed. They are all packed. Let's see. I am packing them already. Why do I pack them? Why don't I just supply them as is to the shader? Because it's not a big buffer. It's literally vector 2, int, vector 2. Maybe an int padding. You know what? I just don't pack them. I think that's a lot easier. What pathfinding algorithm are you using? I'm using Dijkstra A*, I think. Flow fields. Basically always point towards the tile that is the lowest value next to you. Hast du Informatik studiert? Falls nicht, was hast du vorher gemacht? Wie kommst du auf GameDev? I always wanted to make games because I always wanted to change games, I guess. And I tried multiple times as I grew up, but never really went full on in it. And then, how do you say that? And then I started, I was in university, and then after university or during university, I got a student job in a company that was very advanced, and the guys were all smart and I wasn't. And I didn't really get a job there, which then turned out I had to find a different company to find a job, which led me to become a web developer. And then as a web developer, I noticed that that is not something I wanted to do. And since I always wanted to make games, I then went ahead and started learning games myself. So I would wake up before my work every morning and then learn game dev. That's essentially how I got started. And then at some point I quit the job, which was a really bad decision, by the way, because it started all of my problems. I was able to stream a lot and work on the game a lot, but I had no money. And that caused a lot of issues for a long time. Which is also the reason why I made a lot of money in the end, but you can never that's just luck. But that has nothing to do with like some planning or something, you know. And so I got incredibly lucky. I could have not gotten lucky at all. So that's how I got into game dev, essentially. Long story short. Why don't I just put a sprite there? Why don't I just put an array of sprites?
He spent 300 million on money.
Because I don't have. Fine. There we go. Now a GPU sprite is something else, which we just supply the data. Alright, okay, sprite, that's frame sound, pivot offset, size. Now we are supplying this directly, and then in the draw enemies shader, we don't have to package them, we just get that.
Am I so out of touch? No.
There you go.
Opticus Primus, just subscribe.
Alright guys, let's see if this works. Yo, Optics Premise, thank you very much for subscribing. I appreciate it, bro. How's Prime these days? Still all in on AI? Prime? You mean Prime Time? The Primogen? I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Well, I need to test if we are actually drawing the enemies on the GPU now. So it wasn't drawing the enemies on the GPU because I had the wrong sprites. Now we actually get a validation error. I'm pretty sure I made a mistake in the code. Sprite.atlas invalid access. So shader header. Oh yeah, of course. These are still Atlas. Let's see, Atlas position, Atlas size, frame count, pivot, and this is a array. No, it's a vector 2 of type F32. This is an I32. This is a vector 2 of type F32. This is a vector 2 of type F32. Now, I'm pretty sure I have to put padding in here, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure there has to be padding in here, guys. Because it's not aligned. Yes, there has to be. I'm pretty sure we get an alignment issue. Pivot X cannot assign this oppression. Let pivot X. This is immutable, yeah. Because it's supposed to be var. Yes, sir. Apologize. Okay, what now? Not aligned correctly? Do we need padding? Huh? Command encoder finish. In binding group 3, the binding group at index 3 is bound with the size of, but it expects a different size. Yeah, because this has padding. That's what it is. This is padding. Put it again. Paddington. Okay, let's see. Still not drawing the enemies. Huh. We don't get errors, but it's not drawing them. Why? Look how little errors I get when I start the game through RenderDoc. When I start the game through Visual Studio Code, I get spammed with messages. This has absolutely nothing to do with what I can do. It's literally a general message that says, loader message, removing VK layer overlay, blah, blah, blah. Then it says whip GPU native objects, instance handle name question mark. App init started, resize event, canvas, initialized. So I basically get no errors. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Just joined.
Glad to be back to my favorite Vulcan and Godot stream.
Okay.
Please keep your functions shorter than 5 lines.
Here it is, my brothers. Here it is. The 1000 enemies. It is not drawing them. Texture coordinates are all wrong. Why? Huh? Hold up, that's correct. Hold up, this looks like a misalignment to me. This looks like misalignment. Look at the buffer and look at what the data looks like. Texture coordinates is 672 and 34. Somehow it's grabbing the 34 when it shouldn't. Hold up, I'm stupid. This is correct. Because sprites on 0 is the idle pose. So that's correct. It's gonna be the layer, guys. Sprite size is correct. Guys, it's the layer. The point. It's 0.3. The actual game objects are drawn on 0.5. We found out what the issue is, my brothers. Why is it 0.3? Should I just put it to 0.5 for now? God damn it. Yeah. So I don't think it's misogyny or misogynistic if you do that. Are we still moonwalking? Open AI code, they said ChatGPT is waiting for you. No, the salami is waiting for me. Lecker. Okay. Let us see here. What is the problem? It is this problemsko. What is this offset here? What does that do? Why am I adding in this offset? Oh, no, hold up. There's rotation, sorry. Layer. It's gotta be that in the shader header, layer background is not the correct value. Yes. This is supposed to be layer game. Oh yeah. Guys, I think I found it. I think I found it, guys. Fuck. Not applying the layer. Stupid. Not applying the layer. Why? Huh? What am I missing? Guys, you know what I'm missing? I'll scroll here. The problem is super obvious, visible on this page. Can someone spot the obvious problem? I'm cracking opening the Red Bull can now, because I found the problem. Can someone spot the problem on why the enemies are not showing up? They do not render. Let me phrase it a little differently. They are invisible. Huh? Color is 0. Yeah, because I'm a dummy. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. White. There they are! Oh, they just showed up! They're not animating. Shit. They're not animating because I'm not doing the plus equals. But they will animate in a second, guys. Guys, look at this. This is enemies animated. You want them to be animated? Hold up. Get a transform skis. One sec. There it is. There it is. Shit. What is it? Atlas position. This expression has a type I32. The conversions cannot convert the elements of F32. Yeah. Oh, baby! I want them to be 200k. Would you now? Would you now? Okay. Hold up. I'm not drawing in the game. Ho, guys. We are not drawing in the game. Okay, swarm count. How about 10,000 to 800? What game are you making now? Base defense. Base defending. That is 10,000 enemies, guys. 10,000 arenas. Wow, we are running at a stable 120 FPS, bro. Wowskis! Look at the swarms of enemies, skis. Wow! Damn! They keep approaching the base. They don't stop. Sir, we have a problem. The enemies keep approaching the base. No. Some of them get stuck. Some of them get stuck because I spawn them in the wrong locations, it looks like, yeah. But that happens with 1k enemies too. Like, I have to change the spawning algorithm. Yeah, pathfinding has to be extended. The world has to be extended. This one here is the biggest issue. What about adding a random offset to the animation? Sure, that is something we could do. Yeah. $100,800, my brothers. This is the promised land, guys. This is what I promised you. 100,000. Oh, 120 FPS. Do you see it? 120 FPS. Ooh, baby. 100,000 enemy. Oh my god. Look at the oh my god. Look at the enemies. Hold up, let me turn off the camera. Look at this. This is insane. Look at the bottom and the top. Oh my god. You just can't see anything, bro. We need a bigger map. To hold. That's 100,000. Damn. It's just insanity, bro. Do 500k. Quite a few get stuck, right? We have to work on that for sure. They collide with each other, but I put a limit on how many enemies can be in one cell. So at some point they overflow the cells. But they only overflow because of the separation algorithm that I use. If I use a different separation algorithm. So you will ban them now? Oh, I will ban them today, yeah. I will ban them. Because I told you that I would be able to do it, but you didn't believe me. Oh, so you're attributing everything I did today to ChatGPT. Aha. Sure, buddy. Yeah. Cell overflow is cheating. Okay, buddy. Okay, my friends. Yes. Let's see 180k. Yeah, the crazy part is that on the GPU, yeah, this doesn't slow down because it's... Oh my god! Look at the bottom! Look at the enemies approach! What the hell is that? Oh my god! You know what's crazy? We have a bunch of enemies go here. Just this insanity of like the top left and bottom right, bro. That is 180,000 enemies. The gates of hell opened, yeah. Oh my... Should I zoom in? I can zoom in. Like we can't see the enemies, all of them right now, right? But if we zoom in, it just becomes a mess. Damn. Holy. Yeah, it is very smooth. You're right. It is very smooth. That's the crazy part. And right now, what we could check in RenderDoc is how long does it actually take to run this? Why is it capped at 180k? I cap it at 180k. It doesn't have to be capped. All right, let's see. So how long does one frame take? So wait, hold up. One frame runs at 233 plus 60 microseconds, which if we multiply that by 3, let's say we get to 1 millisecond. So 1 divided by 6, wait, hold up, 16 milliseconds is 60 FPS. If we take 60 FPS and multiply that by 16, then we have 960 FPS. And then we multiply that by 3 again. We are running this right now. At least the enemies are running on 2000 FPS, almost 3000. That many enemies. Why is it holding? Did I just do something here with RenderDoc? Did RenderDoc hold this or something? What happened? Did I break it with RenderDoc? That's a lot of enemies, yeah. I don't know what happened, but it should be fine. And you know what the crazy part is, guys? I copy back the enemies to the CPU every frame. Too. I do a copy back to the CPU every frame. The 8 enemy per tile. I think it's 16 enemies per tile. We could check. Hold up. Shader header. We are letting... Hold up. Max enemies per chunk. 16. Well, we could try 32, right? But I don't think it would do much more. What I need to change now is compute enemies. Like, I will have to work on separating them a bit more, or change the separation distance, which is it's up here. No, here. Change the separation distance from 8 to 12 or something. Right, this is the stuff that changes things. This affects things. What? Where are they going? Oh, I broke it. I broke the game. Oh my god. Nice collision here. So like we can easily break it, it looks like, yeah. Oh my god. It must be the separation or something, but my goodness, is that a lot, bro? Holy. Yeah, I mean, guys, we can definitely make a swarm game out of this. What do you think, huh? Imagine that many swarms. Oh my god. Goodness. That is crazy. How many is this? 180k. Looks better if not broken, yeah. I wonder what broke it. Let's go back to 8. I think it might be 32 per tile. It might... No, hold up. I think I broke the alignment. It might have broken... Maybe not. No, oh, I know why. I know why. No, actually, I broke the data. So when I change max enemies per chunk, I also unfortunately have to change the CPU data. So max enemies per chunk, yeah, that has to be 32 as well. I think that was the problem. But right now the data was misaligned. Is this Sir We Have a Skeleton problem? Yes. It's definitely the game Sir We Have an Orc Problem was a huge inspiration for me to try this out. When did we play it? A week ago? It took me 1 week to get to this point. 1 week. It looks like it's broken still. So that is probably because the data is not correctly aligned. Max enemies per chunk. I-32 should not be the issue, is it? Or maybe I'm not using... I'm not using it.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Tamata_Salot just subscribed. Good work.
Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. Yeah, now we need to obviously work on the flow field and the separation algorithm to make this... Yeah, now it's working correctly. Look at this at the bottom left here. Oh my god. Holy. So like I need to figure out now how to not make the enemies overlap and to have them stall or something. The enemies need to stall each other somehow. Like, but I don't know if it's even possible, cause I'll show you guys. Hold up, I need to... 1 sec, guys, okay. I need to go to GitHub. This is 200k. I'm 180k, but I can do 200k too. Like, we can try 200k in a sec. Hold up. Let me just find the... Didn't you say he's fairly easy yesterday? Why are you struggling? Well, the first one was, yeah, because he didn't do any damage, but this one you can't see anything. Max per chunk. And second, he's black. I think the way you solve this is by not pushing the enemies away, but setting them away. By literally setting their position. When they overlap too much, you literally set the position. Hold up. Someone invited me to GitHub. Like, bruh. Where was it? The GitHub invite. Invited you. There we go. The AI coded Swarm sandbox game, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Here. So Swarm. This is from... Hold up. There we go. So this is the basically this is the inspiration kind of. And I need to improve my grid in order to be able to have this smooth system as well. But that's something I can work on next week. There's no problem. I'll be able to do it. The grid just needs to be better. And I already know the solution to this. It's basically just casting a straight line when you can go directly to the base. That's when the direction of the tile should point directly to the base, if there's no foliage obstacles in the way. And otherwise, make the enemies follow a simple grid system, the simple grid system to get to the base. But the problem with this swarming concept is the following. I'll read it.
Hope you have a good time, Cakez and Chat Pepe Neil.
Yes, I have. Counting sort. Instead of buckets with pointers, no multiple megabyte mentioned per frame, blah, 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 blah. No writes to the neighbor. Each memory only ever writes to its own push. That doubles the pair iterations, but it removes the write hazard. So the whole sort of like this is blah blah blah.
Cakez.
Grid
Fuck
enemies.
Pirate is software based.
Where is it? Where is it? Let me just read it again. And also, please stop. Let's see. Runtime grid size. 100,000 enemies with a 16 pixel separation radius needs about 2 million square pixels of floor just to stand on. This is AI just calculating this. 2K by 2K world physically cannot hold them. They end up being stacked. The cells overflow and the solve degenerates towards n squared. So we have to have max enemies per tile. Essentially, we need max enemies per chunk cap. And the map has grown together with the swarm, so the grid dimensions are a parameter not defined. So basically, yes. For example, this is what's something I would have to do in my game. The map, as you go bigger in the map, there will be more enemies that swarm. But anyways, blah 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 blah. Swarm threads. The solver needs to copy the world pointer straight, blah blah blah. The grid is deliberately not swarm collision grids. Collision grid, blah 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 blah. Sharing the means, blah blah blah. 7 times candidates, blah 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 blah. What the stream footage shows, verbatim push direction times distance divided separation distance. Push direction is not normalized, so its length is already distance. The magnitude ends up, which means that the repulsion gets weaker the closer to enemies get. And this is what you guys are saying, right? Basically, or if enemies get closer to each other, they push further away. And if they are further away, they push less away. It gradually gets stronger the closer they are together. 40 pixels is what the footage shows. Cohesion needs its own, blah, 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 blah. Positional relaxation. So this one right here. Forced base separation cannot stop a crowd from compressing. This is what we are experiencing. This is what we are experiencing here. Right? And this is actually really good info from the AI that one can learn from. We have so many enemies that they push into each other. They literally push so much from outside that you cannot physically push them outside. Even if I make the separation much more Or even if you push them further away from each other, the closer they are. Even then. So what you end up doing, or what AI ends up suggesting, which is something we can try. Oh, so you mean I have no idea? The guy that has been coding this for a week has no idea how this works because he didn't test this out at all. And then he finds finds some comment that seems to directly correlate with what the stuff is that I've been experiencing. But yeah, I'm wrong. AI is wrong too. How do I know that? I know nothing. Yeah, let me ban this guy. This guy makes me mad. Hold up 1 second. Hold up.
Cakez, how do you know that I is correct with this comment? You have no idea.
How about you have no idea and you see you in 5 minutes? Stand in the corner, look at the corner, don't ever look back, or you stand there for 20 minutes. Boom. Do you feel your shoulders burning, Gohan? I want you to hold up 2 buckets of ice like this. Anyways, the repulsion grows with overlap, so the equilibrium is whether the overlap balances the pressure behind. And with 200 bodies pushing, the overlap is large. Cakez hits this on stream. Doubles separation force and reports that it did not help. It cannot help. A stiffer spring only moves the equilibrium. The two things follow from the compression. And the second one is the reason that this matters here, rather than just looking wrong. The front rank is squeezed through the palisade. The cost of a tick explodes. Yeah, when you have endless enemies inside a cell pushing together, you get n squared. And that becomes slow even on the GPU. So body stacked 10 deep in one call mean every one of them checks 10 times the candidates. To solve this, degenerates to n squared. Each cell measured in one run, 30 ms explode to 116 ms, 3.5x. So this is a correctness fix that pays off for itself. Instead of adding a force, each body is moved out of the overlap directly. Half the penetration each. So that's something we can test. They cannot physically overlap more than half the penetration. They just get moved out directly. Cakez, you said it in Discord? What? He even said it in Discord. I have never seen this message. Damn, that looks good, buddy. I mean, nice. Shadows. Oh, that looks amazing. Oh yeah, so you have the same problem that I had here. What you need to do next, bro, is to draw the trees on top of the shadow. And that takes a little bit more work. But once you get that done, you can work on... You don't even have to. But you could potentially blur the shadows too. He himself said that he doesn't know how it works. That doesn't matter. The AI in this case scenario is correct whether you want to believe it or not. Whether you like AI or not, this is a factual statement. That has nothing to do with if the guy that let AI code this doesn't know if it works or not. This is literally how it works. If you have 100 enemies pushing in one location and you are trying to solve it by force, it doesn't matter because the force becomes infinite that's pushing in. So you have to move them out of each other. Why am I talking to these guys? God damn it. Shut up. Buddy. Glaze the AI. Guys, it has nothing to do with AI. This could be a person that's writing this. This could be somewhere on the internet pages. Oh my god. Guys, there is no feelings here. It's just text. It is letters on a screen. People are stupid. Guys, I have one more thing to drink. Where is it? Yesterday I was playing soccer, football. I came back home and I didn't drink in like 3 hours, and you know, it was very hot outside, and you know, when you do exercise and you don't drink anything, get very thirsty. I bought myself this, which is empty now, yesterday. Then I bought myself this, which is empty now. And I also bought myself this. But I also bought a Coca-Cola Zero. And I bought a lemon juice, which has 0 sugar. So I went back home. I came to my wife and I put them all on the counter. I was like, do you think I'm thirsty? Because I bought only something to drink. I wanted to test out different things, man. Coke Zero water. Cakez, what up, man? Hey, how you doing, Lozy? Lozano? YouTube watch. I've got a CPU-based example for my project, so I might not appropriate for spatial grid for lookups. Separation radius, which I think is key to stop lots of units getting in the same cell, and complete repulsion vectors away from each close neighbor. So the closer they are, the stronger. Maddie. Okay, let's see. If this is a rickroll, man. If this is a rickroll, bro. Okay, it's not a rickroll. Oh, it's not a rickroll. Thank God. I would have been so mad. That looks nice. That looks very nice. Could be a tiny bit better, but it's good enough, isn't it? Yeah. So let me ask you a question then, because the code, the separation code is here, and I think we even have hot code reloading, which means I could literally just, I wonder if I could reset the enemies, but I guess we'd have to restart the game. You know what, guys? Let me test for 10 minutes if I can build this in the web and see if it works in the web. Shall we? I didn't build for the web in a long time. Let's just see. That was the ultimate goal anyways. But I can see there being problems. Last time you stopped it to stuttering issues, yeah, but that was only on Firefox. 15 seconds. No, not Git. It's not gonna run the first time, guys. We're going to get an issue. 100%. It just works. It's a bit slow, but it works. It's slower on the GPU because it's running at half the tick size, the tick speed. That's crazy. It's still running. That is 200,000 enemies in the browser. Bruh. FPS. I mean, at the top here it says, let me run. It's somewhat smooth. I need to check. Wait, hold up. I need to test this on. Uh-oh. What was that? Oh, Firefox. Oh my God. Okay, Firefox is... let's not do that again in Firefox. It is smooth, guys. It runs perfectly here. It runs perfectly here. What was this black? Did it flicker just now? Can someone make it? I didn't look. Oh my god, it's smooth. No, guys, this is smooth. This is 60 FPS. Oh my god. That is so cool. Man. The bitrate. Bro. Why does the bottom right corner not work? I have no idea why it doesn't work, man. I'll have to see. I'll have to check that. And it looks like the enemy's layer is also below everything. They are below the... Yeah, it does flicker sometimes, it seems. Not sure if that is the shell HTML that I'm using or something else. But yeah, they're compressing a lot. Feels like, no, there must be something else. It could also be mailbox. It could be mailbox or something else, guys. We'll fix the flickering. I'm pretty sure we'll get it done. But man, that runs so smooth. Do you plan to somehow make it less flickery? What do you mean by less flickery? Let's fix data races before saying that. I don't know if we have data races, bro. I really don't know. Guys, did YouTube? What happened to my YouTube stream page? Hold up, it just reloaded itself. What? Odd. Okay, I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it to just work. Guys, if this was itch.io, if this was OpenGL, we would be sitting here for 2 hours. It's a lowball. No, not even. We'd be sitting here for minimum 5 to 6 hours fixing all the bugs now. And it just worked in the browser. It just worked. That is crazy. Oh, I'm so happy. Try 2 million. I can't try 2 million, I think. It's too much. I don't... I'll try. I'll try. I'll do it for the money. Okay, let's see. Max enemies. Hold up. But there's no way this will work. That's literally one more 0 here. There's no way this works. Hold up. Hold up. You might still have got multiple threads doing plus equals on the same thing at the same time. But am I? You mean the chunk enemies? You mean this one right here? You mean that thing? That's where I will have a race condition. Oh, it says 8. Lol. It should be max enemies per chunk. That will make this a bit more. Yeah, now it's 2 million. Guys, it'll lag. Guys, I hope this won't break my computer. It is 10x. That would be 2 milliseconds. Let's say it should be 3 milliseconds on the GPU. There's no way I can allocate such a giant buffer, guys. There's no way. It's too much. but we'll see. This will explode. How big is the size of this now? How much is this, guys? $128 megabytes? 128 megabytes. No, it's 128 megabytes, not gigabyte. And my initial memory is 256 megabytes. Let's first see if we can even do it from a data standpoint, like just having this space. Why is it taking so long? Hold up. What's going on? It takes so long to build because it's trying to allocate such a giant array of enemies of 2 million slots. That's why it takes so long. I think initial memory is too small. Now. Okay, 512. Static array. The reason why this is slow is because in main, I think that's what it is. In main, it has to build. Holy shit, is there a lot of code here? It has to put the app context there, which statically allocates it into the executable. And I think when you have giant arrays inside there somewhere, like for example in the game stage we have this giant array here, the just allocating it and putting it into the executable is what takes long. And the same thing holds true for the render data, which I think now we can change it. Hold up, let me change that from max. Yeah, this is 2 million, this is 4 million, we have 6 million here. That should just be max transforms now. Because the game is not going to render that much. And then there's a mismatch. Yes, it has a mismatch because now that is max transforms. That should make it build faster. Yeah, it builds a lot faster. The array size directly correlates with how long this stuff takes to build, because we can test this right now. But essentially, if I were to type dev the structure app context, instead of using an app static, I would do a static app context pointer app, and then deallocate this and fix all the errors. Then this would be a lot faster. But then I would have to change every app dot with app pointer. Shall we do that? Let's see. Control Shift F. App dot. Just in the main CPP. And we want to replace it with app pointer. Sorry. Pointer. And then we only want that to be in the main.cpp. And then we look at everything that it does. I think we can replace all. And then obviously, since this is a pointer now, we need to malloc the app when we init. So in order to do that, we have to do app is malloc size of app context. And turn that into an app context pointer. Oh my god, can you stop? Vim. There you go. Now we allocate. And that should result in a little bit of a faster compilation time. And then obviously when we deinitialize, we can free the app. App quit. Web GPU quit. Then free app. There you go. We could check. Let's see how fast that would change. See, it went down to 1.5 seconds. You see this? How fast it went with the compilation? That is crazy. See this? It was 5 seconds before. Does it work though? Yeah, that's a question, huh? We're testing two things right now. Okay, so it does work. That is 180,000 enemies. We have slots for 2 million enemies. And we are using Malloc for the app. From 16 seconds down to 1.6. Yeah, like I learned this because I've been using statics and static arrays a lot. And static arrays basically boost up your compilation time so much. So, guys, 1.6 seconds is insane. That's crazy. Now, since we do that, now we can spawn in game CPP, an init game. Let's make 1 million. Okay. 800,000. Yeah, now I don't know what to expect, so gotta be honest. I don't know. To get the latest stack of news and get access to private radio type stack. Okay, buddy. That is 1.8 million. Yeah, guys, will the game crash? What do you guys think? Tap 1 in chat if you think the game will crash. Will the game crash, guys? No, you don't think it'll crash? It won't crash. Like, guys, there's so many enemies. That is 1.8 million. Huh? Oh my god! What? Oh, it's running at 28 FPS. Why is it so slow? I can't run. I can't move. I am unable to move. Oh my god. That's gotta be the right back. See, guys, that's the problem that I had with They Are Billions, but it was like 100,000 enemies. It would lag like this with They Are Billions. Oh my god, look at the enemies. They're piling up, man. It's 15... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 15 milliseconds FPS. Oh my god. They are millions. This is actually millions. Yeah, they are millions. It works though. Yeah, it works. It works. That is insane. Yeah. Look, guys, it is black because it just can't, like, they overlap so much. Look at that. They're like trying to get in. This is, you know, this is America on Black Friday. Holy. It's like before the stores open, they all stand in line. I want to get in here. Goodness. 13 FPS. Okay, where's it slow? I feel like it shouldn't be slow on the CPU because I don't iterate over the enemies. Let's see in RenderDoc where it's slow. I'm pretty sure it's the compute shader, guys. Man, why can I not move, by the way? I gotta fix that. Let's see right now, and when it when it goes down to like 14 FPS.
Am I so out of touch? No.
TG for Lauren just subscribed.
GGL Aaron, thank you very much for subscribing. Wasn't that you who said that you're gonna sub if I try 1,000,000? Goodness, man. Okay, let's do another. This is crazy. Time to ban the haters. Yeah, true. True. Goodness. Okay, so why is it slow? Is it the GPU? Oh yeah, it's the GPU. It's the update enemies shader that is slow. It's running on 29 milliseconds. In total it is 55 milliseconds because we also have to draw the enemy storage buffer, which it doesn't, no, copy, sorry. The copy is a long time. Aha. Oh, the debug utils takes up a lot as well. So if we weren't using debug utils, it'd be a lot faster too. Where's the draw for the enemies? CMD dispatch? Where's it drawing the enemies? Aha. Oh, drawing 1.8 million enemies takes 14 milliseconds. Okay, guys, shall we let this run? No, guys, I don't want to make my computer crash. I'm sorry. Guys, do you think my computer will crash if I try to open this game in the browser tab? How do you plan on doing collision detection? I will upload either a collision texture to the GPU, and when I render the enemy, I will read the collision texture. Or when I update the enemy, I will read the collision detection texture. Or I will just loop over the colliding bodies and I will upload the colliding bodies to the GPU. I don't know. I might get a hint on how to do it efficiently from the org devs, but if I don't, then these are the two approaches I will try to do. But am I reading back from the GPU the enemies? All of the enemies. I'm copying the entire buffer back to the enemy array on the CPU, every frame. Your AI coded I'm gonna ban this guy. See you in 5 minutes. See, like you've never been you've never, like, your name has never been in connection with something you know, toxic, or you know, just see you in 5 minutes, man. Asking ChatGPT a question is not coding the game in AI, okay, buddy? I wrote every single line of code myself. So you are wrong. Do you need to? Can you just read the enemies that you need to interact with, like near the player? Yes, but you still need to know which enemies to write back then. You need to have some sort of logic on which enemies to write back. And yeah, I think it would be a lot easier. Like, you won't have 1.8 million enemies, number one. But we'll see how I do it. The only thing I did, guys, for the initial code of the rendering of the enemies, the chunk enemies here. Not chunk enemies, sorry. Compute enemies. I took my code. I took the particle code first, but then from the particle code, I took my CPU code, and one line by line, I hand wrote the code. Yeah, asking ChatGPT is like Googling, exactly. I could have used Google too. But ChatGPT is faster than Google in that sense. Anyways, I love the malloc. Okay, guys, I'll run it in the browser. Not here. No, not there. Not in Firefox. Why can I not? It's crazy that it runs even. That's what I'm not. That's what I don't get. It doesn't run here. It only runs in Firefox, it seems like. It's cool. Yeah, okay. So, let's just not try that, huh? Man. I mean, it does run on Firefox with 1.8 million. It seems to run almost at the same speed as on the PC, which is... I don't understand. Man, that is crazy. That is insane. Look at the enemies piling up here, bro. Wow. Wow. Look at the left bottom. The bottom left is the craziest thing I've ever seen, man. Not even in the craziest maps of They Are Billions have I seen that ever, man. On the hardest difficulty. I see success, bro. That is 1.8 million enemies. That is crazy as hell. I have no idea how this even runs. Yeah, like a compute shader is like an entity component system, but on steroids, yeah. It makes sense that it's on a similar speed since it's on the GPU, right? I think so, yeah. Bruh. Even if the enemies don't kill the player, having 1.8 million in one area will bring so much environmental damage that a player won't last the wind. True. True. You have to code the enemy behavior in the shader. That'll be... Yeah, it will be. But I think the hardest part is over, to be honest. That could be done in Kruger or something. But for me, the hardest part, which is getting it to work, is over. And then now, since I know, shouldn't be too much. Tell them to clean up after themselves. I don't know how to clean up the enemies. It probably would be a clean up enemy shader, compute shader. Something that Kapushman, can I show you a message in Discord that you sent me? So, like, maybe this? Enemies pack dense data, cache friendly iteration. Position to ID given a slot. Which entry is there? ID to position operations. Insert. Pop from free list. Append to entities and position. Remove. Look up slot via position. Have a tag for each enemy to be garbage collected later. I'm not sure what is this called. Slop map maybe. I really don't understand how this works. Interesting approach with one example. From 0 to length enemies, print enemies. Alice, Claire. Look up, wait, hold up. Let's look at the example. Look up Bob's slot. ID to position. Tells Bob is in slot 1. So it's like indirection. But what if I remove, delete Bob? The answer, this is the clever part. If we just deleted Bob, we would have a hole in the middle of our entity array. Yeah, instead we do a swap and pop with the last element. Yeah, but I'm already doing that. I can't do that on the GPU. can't do that. That's the point. The only thing I can do is have holds on the GPU. I think having holds on the GPU is fine, because the GPU will just have so many instances running that it won't matter at all. I think having holds on the GPU, and if an enemy is dead, I don't draw them. Once they reach the tile, I turn them to dead. I don't draw them. When I spawn an enemy, the moment an enemy dies, I write that array index to a free list. And then when I want to spawn a new enemy, I go to the free list. I'll probably go to the top of the free list, and I pop the latest thing off the free list and go to that index directly and spawn an enemy right there in the place. I think that is the most efficient way to spawn enemies on the GPU. No, we have one array. The best thing to have is one array. And then if you get to an enemy that is dead, you do nothing. Skip to the next index. Yeah, you basically do this, guys. You do return. That's all you do in a shader. That's so easy. That's like a function. Guys, I've been coding in functions the entire time. It's super easy. We have this here too. So basically, if enemy... Let's look up, how do I do render components again? If render options, render... no, not render options, components, right? Do we have a component on the enemy? Not a render options. Components. Yeah, we have that. We have that. Now we need to add the components to the shader header. I don't think I have them here. We don't, so... Missing a semicolon. Let's do it like this. Skip dead enemies. And then once we reach the tile, if tile dot number is 1, enemy.components or equals component dev. Let's see if this works. Shall we test? Why not continue? Because return is continue. This is a compute shader. Return is continue. There is no continue in a compute shader. It is a function that goes and then you return out of the function. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom, 1 sec. Look up code on ChatGPT when I go to them. Okay, buddy. The area will become sparse eventually because the enemies are not dying at the same rate probably. This is bad for compute shaders. It would be better to do a bit pool instead. Something like this guy did. You don't need free lists. How long is this read? Not that long. Shall we skim over this? Okay, guys. Jacob's tech block. You don't need free lists. Destruction incredibly practical. Pull like destroyer combined with the general hammer, they are reusable slots, but crucially all actions in insertion removal lookups are always a 1-1, including worst case, assuming you pre-allocate buffers. Usual way to implement slot mechanisms is to store some kind of list of unused slots. There's a bunch of different ways to implement this list, from a dumb array to slots and essentially do the same prior. Here's how the data structure in turns could look like. But I'm using a very different approach lately, which is not based on any kind of list system. It has a few performance properties. Only 1 bit overhead per slot. Significantly better slot allocation strategy with improved memory locality. My approach is inspired by the memory allocator, though it should be simple to understand. Free list-based pools have a weird property, don't people talk about. At some point, the slot allocation pattern becomes almost random, but there are alternative approaches. Free list pool to okay, yeah, bits. Okay, let's see. Huh? I don't get it. I don't understand, but okay. Bits. The idea is just to store a single bit, which determines whether a slot is in use or not. Let's start with this, though we will improve this later. I already do this, yeah? Why do you have to do this in some obscure programming language that no one knows how the frick to read that stuff with $N? Bro, is this PHP? Odin? There's no way this is Odin. I've not typed $T in Odin, bro. This is not Odin. No, I don't believe you. No, it's not. Hold up. What is the file extension of Odin? Windows. I'm just searching an Odin file. Odin, yeah. A.Odin. What did we write in Odin? Did we write an actual game in Odin? Diablo clone. Okay, you're lying. Diablo clone. Maybe here. Odin Diablo clone. Diablo.Odin. You don't have Odin. Hold up. I don't have Odin support, bro. Guys, which one? Odin language support? Don't tell me anything, just say it works, bro. If you give me a single error message. Okay. World size, tile size. World map, sprite. Okay, let's get to functions. No, I did not. Liars. You are a bunch of liars. You are a bunch of freaking liars. I never typed this dog shit. Anyways, if n modulo 64 is 0, int, where Data NT.
I have arrived.
Pool struct. Bro, what is wrong with you? Sprite struct. Pool struct. And why do you break? Fine, fine. It's so hard to read though. We have data, which is an array of type T and N slots. Used? I have no idea what that is. For the rest of this article, we assume all pools store multiple of 64 elements. What? Huh? Why can you not make a proper example, man? I have 10 IQ. Yeah, I don't understand these examples because they're too complicated, man. Make a better example. Oh, I hate this, man. I don't want to continue, guys. I'm sorry. This thing just makes me feel stupid. And it's the most basic thing. This is literally just a struct. Why don't you make a struct like a sprite? Copy pasted GPT, ask right in the C. It's a generic pool. No, it has this n divided by 64 use 64 thing, which I have no clue what that even means. Used. Used to me is an indicator of how much data is used. It makes... This causes a fatal flaw. Once you have thousands of items, you need to search through all of the individual bits. For the rest of the article, we assume that all pools store a multiple of 64 elements. What does that mean? All pools store a multiple of 64 elements. You can either store 64 elements or you cannot. What is a multiple of 64 elements? Huh? Why does he not write? So it is... Oh, so, okay, so we are storing 128 elements. Why is he not saying more than 64 elements? Whatever, maybe my English is just bad. It all started to go downhill once. This is the problem, guys. This is a C++ programmer that is unable to write the proper exam. This is why I asked ChatGPT, because people can't, for the love of God, write. Guys, I will never react or read articles again on stream. I feel stupid. I feel stupid not understanding a structure. I still don't understand the n divided by 64. It makes me so mad. Because is this an array now? Huh? Oh, it makes me so fucking mad. Oh, I get so angry. Money. Because you store one UInt for each 64 entries?
Your welcome message is empty, Peepo sad.
Then that should be n. No, you know what this would be in Odin? One bit for one item. 1 bit. Aha. You don't put semicolons at the end? How do I define the length again? Dynamic. So Tell me that this is not easier to read. This is literally what he typed. It's only a penis pool now? Yeah. Because this is an example. Because we are teaching something. And examples are easier to understand than generic bullshit. His pool can have 128. It's Elvish, can't read. It does not use generics and the buckets are missing. It's supposed to give an example, buddy. This is supposed to give an example. So an example is supposed to teach... Listen, guys. If you are teaching someone how to do addition, you are taking 2 and then you write a plus and you're taking 3. You're making an example and then you're teaching them how to do 2 plus 3. You're not writing 2 multiplied by 5 million plus 3 multiplied by 10 million. The multiplication is not supposed to be in the example because you're not focusing on the multiplication. You're focusing on plussing something together. That's why the focus should be on the example, on how to do it, not on generics, on infinite growth, on only 64. It should just literally be how do we make an array and how can we have it be, you know, in a pool. If we agree, all right, can we continue though? Oh, see, I see some people getting mad. Guys, I am confused by the most basic struct. Sorry. See, guys, that's why I don't like reading tutorials on stream, because you guys are all smarter than me. And you understand this at a glance. I don't. And it pisses me off. So I can't continue. I'm closing the example. I'll skim through it, but I won't be able to understand it because I don't understand this. So, it's your friend, whatever that is. Once this cause has failed 4, once you have thousands of enemies, you need to search through all of the individual bits. It's wasteful to search 64 bits of each used field individually with some like a loop. Okay, there is TSNT, which stands for trailing zero count. This is an instruction which has supported all the consumer chips for many years. It's exposed to the program in the form of a compiler intrinsic. It lets you find the index at the lowest binary, essentially in a single cycle. Okay. And while a start optimization compiler can convert a tiny loop into a single TSNT call, using it itself explicitly makes it clear what's going on and will be fast. In order to use a procedure called trailing zeros from the package which implements this in a single platform, in a cross-platform way. Searching slots with TSNT, all you need to do is find an empty slot in a single U is to call count trailing zeros, where we're negating the mask to actually count trailing ones. We find the trailing zeros. Hold up. Finding the trailing zeros would be here. Or is it the other way around? Shit. That's already an issue. We have an array. Oops. We have an array. And this is slot 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would this be bit 0? Is this bit 0? Meaning this references this. Not the other way around. Count leading zeros. Count trailing zeros. Yeah, but I mean, this is just a U int 64. And the higher I go, the further in the index I get. Find trailing zeros. What does find trailing zeros give me? If I call built-in CTZ. Trailing zeros. If I call underscore build in underscore CTZ. Right? What does this return? Does it return me an index? Does it return me 1? Does it return 1? Basic gives you the most right 0 in a binary number. You fill the slot in, change the 0 to 1, then you run it again, gives you the next to 0. So it doesn't return me 1, it returns me 0 in this case. I mean, we could literally try it to code. God, this freaking tutorial made me mad. Oh, this made me so mad. I hate these types of tutorials, bro. God, it makes me so mad. What do I need to include? Built-in CLZ, CGZ. Returns the number. I can literally just call that. No, it does not know that. Use of undeclared identifier. Include std++, stdc++. File not... Oh, hold up. No. It's bits. stdc.h. No, I don't have that. Bits stdc.h doesn't seem it exists. Doesn't seem like it exists. Did I type a mistake? Did I make a mistake? Nope. Include bit. No. std counter 0, C++ 20. It includes all std libs? Really? Put the std in front. Let's just... Maybe it just works like this. Counter 0. Okay. What's she complaining about now? No member counter 0. Counter 0 doesn't exist. It is in bits, but we don't have it, seems like. Or candidate template ignored, constraints not satisfied. Int does not satisfy the an unsigned integral. Unsigned int. All right. God, this tutorial made me mad. Holy cow, this made me so mad. The code should look like... shut the fuck up! Okay. Okay, this is quite nice improvement, but I still have to search uints in the worst case. Can we improve this? Is to somehow quickly search among all of them? 2-level bit arrays. The answer is yes, the solution is another but smaller bit array, while the original bit array stores... had the fuck... We have another bit array store, bit per each block. Which is 1 when a block is full. Okay, I mean, guys, if I'm being completely honest, if I'm being completely honest, I'm gonna ban this guy. This guy just typed in my chat, Cakez when he can't vibe code for 5 minutes. I have literally been doing nothing but coding the entire time for 5 years. I've not vibe coded a single time. You are gone, my friend. Once I find the correct tab where the stream is on, you are gone. Have a nice day, my brother. See you next time. Where are you? What's your name? The Pillamatic. Oh, this guy. Where are you? You are so lucky that I can't find you right now. Oh, you are lucky. I will find you. Bro, where the hell is the message? I will find you regardless, bro.
Am I so out of touch?
Bro,
No.
where is he?
Anonymous is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Bro, where is he? Hey, am I blind? Oh, you are so lucky that I can't find you, bro. The chat on the right stopped. It stopped. That's why I couldn't find him. Now you're gone. Bro, where is he? Why can't I only find him here? Huh? Fuck, now I can't find him here. Oh, you got so lucky, man. You got so lucky. You got some nerves coming in my chat telling me that I'm vibe coding all the time when I've literally been vibe coding not a single time. Huh? No name member counter 0 in namespace. Guys, it doesn't exist. Oh, I see. This doesn't work on the web, guys. It doesn't work on the web. Does not exist. If it was a salami, you'd find it, bro, buddy. That's wrong. So it gives me the first 0 here, which is wrong. Counter 0 gives me the first 0 from the top, but we need the one on the bottom. That's why you use the not. Okay? Not. There's no way the index then gives me 3. Oh, on the bit array. I see. Oh, I see. Hold up. Here.
Am I so out
Sorry.
of touch? No.
Anonymous is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Thank you for gifting us up to anti-communist. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. You gifted us up before to Cakez. Oh, you're so lucky that you're anonymous. I'm not reading that. Thanks for the money. It says 2. Bit number 2. Yeah, that is bit 0, 1, 2. That is correct. Index number 2. Okay, it does work. Well, possible. Why are you complaining now? Why are we getting an error? Enemy components. This expression has type U32, but the element is of type I32. I see. Well, let's get back to the game. I'm gonna finish reading this real quick. Built-in respectively returns the number of leading zeros. Boolean vectors built-in interpret the vector bit field where the elements, the first argument is 0, optional argument of type, blah, 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 blah. Examples, description, syntax, description allows the programmer to prevent common errors associated, blah, 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 blah. Associated with the counted by attribute. When using counted by attribute field must be set before the flexible array member pointer. Oh god, it's already going into whatever land. Enforcing the rule that master core built-in stack address. Yeah, that won't work for us, guys, because we are not generating multiple pools. We have one giant array, so we cannot use this because we don't have a bit array of 1 million slots. We don't have 1 million bits, guys. Hello, Yova, how you doing? How much VRAM did you take 1 million enemies take earlier? It should be 100 megabytes. 100 to 200 megabytes. How are you, Cakez? I'm mad, because I read a tutorial that was overly complicated for what it does. So basically, if we were to find, if we were to have a pool that is fixed size and we want to do the free list, we do the free list, but we have bits associated with the entire list. We use an intrinsic to find the lowest member that is free and then put the enemy in there and then set that member to 1. And then we keep going. We always fill in the slots that are closer to the beginning of the array, so we don't have to search the array. But we can search the slots on the GPU anyways, and it would be 1 for loop of 1 million, and it would be done in a microsecond. So it's negligible. We're talking about negligible stuff here. Look at it like this, guys. We are running a compute shader. I'll show you. In this case, for example, we are running a compute shader of almost 2 million enemies, and we are doing a lot of operations in this compute shader and this dispatch. Basically, in this dispatch call, what we do, hold up, in chunk enemies, we are going over almost 2 million enemies, and we are putting them into a grid. The experiment worked, yeah. And that takes 300 microseconds, not even a milliseconds. If we were to have a list of enemies that we need to spawn this frame, let's say, let it be 100 enemies. We need to spawn, let's say it's 1,000 enemies. All we need to do is one compute shader over these 100 enemies. We let it run with no workgroup sizes, with a workgroup size of 1. I don't know, the entire array or something. And we write to the enemies by just doing one for loop over the enemies, over the enemy array. It could literally just be another array that we go through, which is just an array of ints that has the same amount of slots as the enemy data array. And then we loop over that array and find the first slot that is open and put the enemy there. And that would take 10 microseconds or something. It's so negligible that it would not impact performance at all. Sorry about, guys, I apologize for getting so heated with these articles. I really do. I've always had the problem that I don't understand the most common concepts or things when I try to learn something specific and there's other stuff around it that is assumed or taken as for granted that you should know. I just... yeah. It's for me, it's too difficult, and it makes me mad because it could be so easy. Because the entire tutorial was literally make a structure, make a bit for each slot, find the first open slot by using an instruction that takes one CPU cycle, an intrinsic. If you have multiple pools, because you can only have a U64-bit array at the same time to put into the function. So you need more pools or something. Then mark a pool full if all of the elements in the pool are full. That's literally one paragraph. That is one paragraph and one code example of a structure. That is it. And we are reading through walls of text with convoluted structures that I don't understand by looking at them for... and I've been looking at the structure for longer than 5 minutes. I just don't get it. I'm sorry, I'm trying to calm down because that made me really mad. Anyways, so I don't think we need that, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much for helping. This is only possible in the web build though. Sorry, on the CPU, and we can only do this on the CPU, but we are talking about GPU here, and I don't think we have this intrinsic available on the GPU. Shall we check? Does not have a specific function. Count trailing zeros and count leading zeros, or you can initialize the zero structures as arrays. Count trailing zeros, count consecutive zeros starting from the least significant bit. Yeah, but it can only count, so... I still don't understand the example code. I've written structures that look like this. The bit array would have 1 per tile, and it keeps your tiles from having more than the size of the bit array. This example just made me mad. It's just... I think it's called sparse array, right? Alright guys, let's see. Oh yeah, the components. The components. Man, I wasted so much time on that. It is a U32. And the enemy has components of type I32. Which we just turned to U32. We should be good. Yes. So that is still almost 2 million enemies, 1.8 million enemies. And I think I know why I can't walk. Now the enemies should disappear though. Yeah, they do. It looks like they disappear, I think. So over time, if we wait long enough, the game should, in theory, not slow down. Fill up the screen? I already do, bro. What you talking about? I'm already filling the screen. I don't know if they are despawning though. It is really difficult to tell right now. In theory, they should. $1.9 million. Yeah, it is almost 1.9 million. Yeah, we can do 2 million, but I mean, what's the point? It's like already 1 million is way too much. I don't know if they disappear, guys. I have no clue. I would assume they do. But okay, Swarm. Let's go down to something more manageable and see how they behave real quick. Now we get a counter 0. Oh, because of the include, right? Just have a counter on screen. Yeah, I can't do font right now. I don't have font enabled. I don't have a UI texture that I'm rendering to at the moment, but I'll do that off stream over the weekend to get to 100% feature parity. Okay, so that's something more manageable. That's 1.8k enemies. And let's see if they actually disappear. Because I don't think they do. I feel like I should get rid of the house. No, it does look like they're gone. They disappear. I just had so many enemies before that they wouldn't disappear, it looks like. Okay. You should hide the house to see. Yeah. Make it so that the enemies line up in a way that shows the count instead. Okay, bro. Man, I'm exhausted after that, bro. I should have not read the article. God, that made me so mad. Oh my god. You sure they're not stacking on the house? I'm very sure, but sure. Buildings. Where am I drawing the house? Viking base. Let's not draw the base. And I know why. I also know why the thing. And you know what the crazy part is, guys? We can also draw 1.8 million enemies in the browser. It literally just works in the browser too. Now this is now 1,800 enemies only, but it just works in the browser too. Somehow right now they are slower. There seems to be sometimes this doesn't load properly, it looks like. But it's more stable here. Look, Cakez, what is a Baba? Like how you like my new extensions? Smiley face. Good, I guess. What makes some enemies not move? I need a better implementation of the flow field. They don't despawn. They just stand there. Interesting. Oh, cause I think I don't even reach compute enemies. Man, that exhausted me so much. Oh, that made me so mad, bro. Oh my god. Okay. I'll figure it out. I feel like we should get there though. How do I know? I got an idea. I will always animate the enemies. And hold up, we get the component dev. When we set here, and then we do enemy.animation state. Is animation state idle. We start idling. And then we see if they're actually, if they actually get the component. So they will just warp up and down if they get there. Or do they still run? Do they try to approach? What's the thing here? No, it looks like they're just standing. And the idle pose is 0 frames? So it looks like they're just standing there. Interesting. Animation state idle is really just 1 frame? It has 2 frames though. How about we set it to animation state def? Let's see if that works. Okay guys, what is the next goal? Make the enemies move better, right? They no longer exist, but they never de-draw. True. True, you're right. I don't update them anymore, but they don't de-draw. And the reason for that is because I don't return from the... Oh, whoops. In the draw enemies. If an enemy... Yeah. If an enemy is dead, I don't draw it. So the code should be here and there, which is a bit annoying. But now it's... Can I not return? Do I have to call discard? Invalid return. Oh, so I need to return. Oh, I see. Can I discard? Is that possible? Can you discard the vertex shader? No. Users operands are forbidden. Shit. So yeah, I obviously need to find a way to only draw the enemies that are functional, right? You can only discard fragments. So how do I exit out of a vertex stage? I don't even want to get to the vertex stage, right? That's something we have to learn still. The cleanup for the enemies. How do I clean them up? How do I not draw enemies that are no longer computing? Indirect rendering. Yeah, it looks like I have to do indirect rendering, but I wonder how slow that is. It's very fast, yeah, but is it faster than what we have right now? Which is literally the entire buffer. Indirect is the fastest. Is it faster than what we have right now? Because as far as I understand, indirect rendering means we are writing to a second buffer. So I have a buffer of incoming skeletons, and then the incoming skeletons write to a second buffer that then gets drawn. We are not drawing the incoming skeletons, we are drawing the second buffer. And the second buffer needs to be written to from within the compute shader, where I compute the enemies. And if I have to write memory, then that gets slow. Because moving around memory is slow. I know that you could do instances. We would instance the entire buffer at once, but writing to the buffer is... Indirect means you generate the draw calls on the GPU. Oh, I see. So you don't write, but you still... I don't see how that works. Why don't you profile it? Oh, I will. Indirect means that you use a dedicated buffer instead of it being a part of the command buffer. You can fill the buffer from CPU and GPU. And what does the buffer hold? What type of data does the buffer hold? In my example, 4 ints, which are the draw call parameters. So I guess I get what you're saying. If I have a giant blob of enemies, I think, and all of the green ones are alive, then indirect rendering would mean it generates a draw call from here to here. It generates a draw call from here to here and a draw call from here to here. That's what you mean. So it's 3 draw calls and all of those are dead. You can still have 1 draw call. If I still have 1 draw call, then the moment I operate on this on the compute shader, I need to write to a second buffer. Which then has enough data to draw me this enemy. Which means every time I compute the enemies, I need to write this buffer. Which I said is a lot slower because I have to write data to a buffer every frame. Instead of operating on data.
Ola chat developers.
In the Linux buffer. There must be a trick. Yeah, there probably is a trick, but I don't know how. I mean, I'm learning this, right? So... I'm just gonna do it like this for now. Yeah, we'll figure out how to do it. Now they disappear. I mean, it is still doing the shader work on the GPU, but at least they disappear. If the GPU can see that the enemy is dead, you can set all vertices to a single point. GPU will treat it as a degenerate triangle and ignore the rasterization step entirely. Yeah, I mean, I'm discarding right now, but I guess we should set it all to a single point. Then that would probably be the most efficient. Then. I'm new here. What's happening? Oh, we are building a new game, and I tried to spawn 100,000, 200,000 enemies today, and it worked pretty well. And now we are just trying to think on how to expand on that. I want to make a base building game. And oh, by the way, guys, I know why I can't move in the game. It's the keybinds. So whenever I malloc the app, I need to set up the default keybinds here. There you go. And then in input we just do game state dot input dot keybinds is, and we do a mem copy into this using default keybinds, using array size of default keybinds. And it should be it. That should be it. Each enemy could sample a random noise function to add a bit of variance on top of the flow vectors. Some 3D noise function would do a trick. It would be faster because you don't invoke the fragment shell at all, yeah, and you don't do the draw thing, right? Yeah. Can I move now? I still can't move. Well, that works, but I can't change the player's position. Wait, changing the player's position? Am I locking my player into a certain position? I did that here, but that's gone. Why can't I move the player? Nani? Update and draw player.
I knew I'd win.
Why doesn't your compute shader move dead enemies off screen? It doesn't matter because it would still... no matter where I move the enemies, I still have to somehow think about what's happening to them or how are they being updated. The data is still on the GPU, they still sit there. Right? So yeah. Is off-screen a thing? Off-screen will be... I want to do culling as well, but right now it's not needed. We don't have to work on that. Why does he use malloc or not new? Because I like malloc. Doesn't matter how I allocate the data. Red Bull time cakes is already empty. We did it like a long time ago. We're already on the next bottle, which is almost empty. Guys, I'm telling you, I'm exhausted after that. That was a lot of work to get this going, even on the GPU. I'm so happy that it runs on the GPU, bro. Now we can finally get back to work on the game, the actual game. Man, finally. Ah, managed to do it. You still have data races? Are you sure? Deleted. Man, I'm exhausted, bro. Goodness. It feels good though. Just gotta figure out why the actions are not... That is in the wrong location. It should be on the if check. Since if that's wrong, that means it didn't build something. Oh god, these AI people make me so mad. AI would fix this in 2 seconds. Great. So let's see. Input keybinds. It doesn't set up any keys because it's not copying the entire size over. So mem copy in main is not doing the correct size here. Array size is wrong. So how can I get this to work? I thought array size, or is it size off? Is it size off? Default keybinds? Maybe that? I'm blind, I don't see 200k enemies. I'll spawn 200k for you in a second, okay? That looks a lot better. That looks a lot better. Okay, we got input again in the game and we can move around. So this is only 1,000 enemies or something, 1,800. Here we go. Init game. So what's the next thing? 100,000. Do we make the swarm function better? Who provided me with this earlier? Ah shit, it's already gone again. The YouTube link. Dynamically moving obstacles. This is 100,000 enemies. So we got it to work. We can even do 1 million if we wanted to, but right now we need to work on the enemy's layer don't show up properly. They are always behind the bushes in most cases. For some reason, they're always behind stuff. Maybe because it's not dev checking, I don't know. Dev writing. They should write to the dev buffer, right? Yeah, they should. Collision spacing. They are colliding. They are checking each other already. It's just not implemented very well. We need to implement that in a better way. Why do they stand outside? Because the grid is not done properly yet. This is, again, this stuff is something I have to iterate on to make it really good. I would assume I need like 1, 2 days or 3 days more to get this to work properly. And then it functions very well and is super cool to look at too. Amazing that your machine doesn't take off. Yeah, it's, we'll see. Ask manager. It does use quite a bit of GPU, the main. But it's negligible. Still. The last guy, yeah. I already did 1.8 million. Yeah, a GPU is not really saying how long it takes, I know. Are you recording something? Yeah, I guess I'm recording the stream, yeah. Yeah, so now that we have all of these enemies. Number one, it looks like we are not... They don't check dev, the dev buffer. Should though. They should actually do that. Time to build a streaming. No, I will not do a streaming PC, guys. I do not want to get out of touch. I think it's very important as a game developer to keep making games on bad machines so that you don't make a game that requires the craziest hardware to run on, even when we're talking about 2D games. You might have noticed that I really like pushing my games to the maximum, even in Tangy TD. For those of you who remember the crazy screenshots for a while that happened. It doesn't exist anymore. Ah, great. Why is it like this? Here. I really like pushing things in games, you know, when it comes to graphics and certain other things. And so in order to be able to do this so much well on a computer, on most computers, I need to be able to program. I want to program on somewhat of a bad machine or older machines. I don't want to have the newest and best machines. Because if I do, then I will get out of touch with what is possible, and then I have people complaining that the game is poorly optimized. I don't want that. That's the reason, or one of the big reasons why I started making games too. And and learned C++ in general, because whenever I played Skyrim and I went into Whiterun and I looked down from Dragon's Reach and I go and look at the city. I went out of Dragon's Reach and I look at the city. Every time it would lag, and I hated that. I loved the game, but I hated that a lot. So, yeah, you could do a lot of crazy stuff in Tangy TD, you know? So, I want to be able to do that in most of my games. And it needs to be performant. Theoretically, you could get a beast PC and then use a VM with low specs to test. Maybe, I don't know, but still. Like, for example, the Gothic Remake. I played Gothic Remake and I couldn't stream the game. That is a valid criticism of a gamer, of a customer, that they write on Steam. I can't play your game because you want too much performance out of my PC. I can't play it, and that should not be my game. My PC is not that old. And so that makes the game worse, and in order to be able to experience that, I can't have a beast PC, because then everything I get is, oh, it runs on my machine, I don't know. I hate streaming PC, because then I have to deal with 2 mice, 2 keyboards. I need a bigger desk, and I need to run 2 PCs at the same time, doubling my power consumption. I don't like that. I like having everything on one PC. It feels a lot more fun, in my opinion. The less friction I have, the easier it is for me to stream. That's how I see it. Maybe I have a bad take, but developing and streaming on OBS is not going to emulate Uber's PC. You don't need 2 mice. Synergy, yeah, Synergy is retardedly bad. I tried that out. The paid version and the free version. Terrible. So bad. It is so bad. It is so much friction. I tried it. It bugs all the time. The mouse lags. It gets stuck. It's so annoying to use. I hate it. And you need to have a stupid software to just access your PC. No, guys, I just have to use 1 computer for streaming and that's it. The solution for me is to not use 2 computers. That is the solution. Let me see. I was gonna check. Wait, the enemies should write to the dev buffer, right? Do they? This is drawing 1.8. Yeah, they do write to the dev buffer, so they also check the dev buffer. But it looks like they don't show up. The bushes are always in front. Ah, because I think the enemy's pivot point is not taken into account. Hold up. The layer should be based. Cool. I'm making small progress again. That's nice. Layer is based on the position before the position gets changed. Yes. So when I go to draw the enemies, the layer is supposed to be based on the position before it gets changed. So here, that should fix it. Now they should at least show up correctly, mostly. Yes, that looks good. That looks correct. Nice. So much better. How many enemies was this? 100,000, right? Good. Now I think for the last thing that I wanna do, I got a video from someone sent earlier. Do you guys remember the guy that sent his cars? Like he made a game. Are you still in chat, bro? I'm sorry, I clicked off your video. You sent me a showcase of your game where you implemented cohesion and stuff like that. Flocking, enemy flocking. I want to now try to fix the enemies being closer to each other and pushing each other inside, like here. I want to separate the enemies more, guys. I think he's no longer in chat. What is the solution, guys? There's obviously too many enemies. I will fix the flow field later. You need to fix enemies hitting the chunk limit and still moving. Look at browser history. Now, where did I open that? Flow field example, was it this one? Yeah, but it was just the video. I actually want to talk to the guy more. Yeah, I found the video. It was here. But I wanted to talk to this guy. That's the video I'm talking about. But obviously we want to 10x, 100x that, right? I don't understand why these cars sometimes go outside. Oh. You currently have a direction to movement per enemy. I sent something similar as one of my first messages today, Cakez. Bro, I don't have the strength for another rickroll. I don't have the strength for that. Fine, I'll look. I doubt that it's actually genuine, but maybe I'm wrong. You did not. You're lying. You are lying. You didn't even send anything. You literally sent an emote. Deleted by Cakez. And there was a rickroll. Yeah. It was a rickroll link. So, you're banned. Again. It's in 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Want to see my separation code? It's in CPU though. The separation code on being a CPU doesn't matter because it's the same on the GPU. But sure. Sure. Would be cool to take a look at your separation code. The cool thing is, guys, chunk enemies. I think I should just be able to hit a button and it calls init game again. But then when it calls init game again, it doesn't reset the enemy data. Alright, let's see. Not chunk enemies, compute enemies. So the code to compute enemies. I quit Soda 6 weeks ago, my man. Congratulations. That's a big step, bro, Mr. Avatar of Zilla. That is really good. Now I'm drinking sparkling water out of cans and my brain expects some sweet taste when drinking from a can and just tastes like nothing. You drink water from cans? What about normal water bottles? Post it on Discord. Okay. Appreciate it, Mr. Verse Warrior. Yeah, you have been doing the same code, right? You've been doing the same thing. I saw some of your examples. You're doing some really good stuff, bro. Where is it? You're doing this stuff right here, right? This is how many? 90,000 enemies. Really good stuff, man. Yeah, they overlap a lot here. You have the same thing. Look how much overlap you have here too. Right? But still really cool. It's on desktop here, yeah. I don't think with the amount of enemies we'll be able to implement any sort of neighbor checking. You won't be able to fit 200,000 enemies in the scene physically with the enemy separation. The overhead alone would kill the performance no matter how you do it. No? Question mark. No, you're wrong. I'll show you an example of where someone did that. And if that person can do it, so can we, my brothers. So can we. If someone out there can do it, we can do it too. Okay? All we need to do is learn. 500,000 enemies, my brothers. 500,000 separation. Perfect. That's what we are going to be able to do at some point, guys. We will. On what hardware? Guys, once again, 200,000 enemies for me run in less than a millisecond on my graphics card. 500,000 enemies will run on a millisecond, maybe. If you have proper enemy separation, you know what? One sec. Hold up. Hold up. One sec. It's a legit question. On what hardware? ... Yeah, but the question is phrased in a way that I have the most expensive, lucrative, luxurious hardware possible. Okay, the ... cannot trigger me. Okay, ... on what hardware? And I accidentally started Snapcam. My hardware is very old. I have... This is the best part of my PC. That one's good. Okay. That's my CPU. I have no idea, but that's old. I have DDR4 and I have 31 gigs. The ... is being asked because I asked like 3 times.
I apologize for not reading your message immediately, jumping out of my chair and answering it the very second the message got rendered into the Twitch chat. I apologize for that, my brother, okay? I didn't see the message.
So let's see. Man, that looks cool. Guys, you know what will be a vibe? When we have the correct zoom levels for the game. Then this will be a vibe. Right now we're zooming out. We can't really see much. Just wait once we have the correct zoom levels in place. So this is 500,000. This is 500,000. And now I want to change the separation code. Looks epic. It is crazy, yeah. And mind you, a very big chunk of that is, number one, the game is not... lol, why did they just move down there? Interesting. The enemies clump together too much. And number two, we have validation layers on, but we can see here that the entire process of computing the enemies takes about 2 milliseconds. 2 milliseconds. So we will be easily able to render 500,000 and compute them. We just need to make it more efficiently now so that we don't clamp it to each other. And the biggest one that takes away frame time is copying the data back from the GPU to the CPU. That takes up almost 3 milliseconds. And we can check out some else. Debug layers seem to be... Hold up, no, I'm lying. Drawing all of them takes away a lot of GPU power. This can be fixed, by the way, by only drawing the enemies that are in camera view. So you won't be able to draw all 500,000 enemies at once. It'll only draw the ones in camera view. So that'll be a huge thing that we can work on as well. But we are not going to be spawning 500,000 enemies, guys. That is too much. Look at all of that. That is just way too much. I mean, surely we have to like not do that. Just look at this. It's just black. I made it render from GPU already, yeah. And so, yeah, there's quite a few. I'm pretty sure we can optimize this. Well, I mean, we can optimize this even further, but we're getting very close, which is cool. What exactly are you trying to fix or do? I think we are trying now to separate the enemies a bit better. I just wanted to show 50,000, 500,000 to 100,000. Right. So let's look at the separation code. Discord. Game dev, Discord. What now? I'm looking at the other stuff. Oh, nice. Very good stuff. Yeah, it looks nice. It looks very good, man. Very cool. Very nice, bro. Yeah, you need to make the trees now obviously follow the lighting as well. The way I did it is I apply the light map twice. One time with the radiance cascades, or not radiance cascades, with the ray marching, and one time without. Gothic, please. Probably on Monday, guys. Probably on Monday. Do not have enough time today. All right, let's see. People keep posting their stuff. Total nearby. Total nearby enemy. Separation. Separation direction. Neighbor count. Go. Total nearby. What is total near? It's an int. Spatial grid count. Oh, so this is how many enemies are inside the grid at that particular tile. So you basically just have an integer 2D array here. This is an integer 2D array, I would assume. Total nearby is greater than 2. Then you look up. Man, these for loops. X and Y. Int. You know what you need to do, man? Wait, north No. NX, HX, XO, NY. Bro, you need to have better names for your variables. This is literally called yo. What is yo? Hi. Yo. How you doing? In this video, I spawned 500 enemies. Apologize that I didn't watch your video immediately, Mr. AQ. I'm sorry. It's fine. I hate you guys. Congratulations. You are 10 times better than me. How did you do it? Huh? How did you do it? Yeah, it looks great. How did you do it? Or you're just trying to style on me again, like always? Huh? By the way, AQ, not gonna lie, and I said it to Supercoot as well. You can make a game of this. Why don't you make a fucking... it makes me so mad. It makes me... You have a beautiful looking 3D environment. You have enemies running very well. Put some damn towers on the tiles. Make higher tiles, give more range. This is the basic concept. And then put a base in the middle. Why don't... what is going on here, by the way? Is that just supposed to be the entry point? Like, what do you need to work on? Hold up. All the art is temporary. Why is this art temporary? This looks good. I don't understand you guys. These guys, type 1 in chat if this looks good. Oh, it makes me so mad. Type once now. Come on. So what do you need to work on? It could literally be a red cube for the enemies, yeah, like in Bloons. And you know what you could do? You can take the red cubes and you know you want to have a plated enemy that is that cannot be hit by physical attacks. Make it a black cube, like in blue. Make it shiny, a black cube. My God. You can make blue cubes that then turn into red cubes. When you kill a blue cube, it turns into a red cube. When you kill a black cube, it turns into 3 blue cubes. Do that. I plan to do so. I have towers and other mechanics, but before that, I had enemies walking on splines. But you made me test out collisions, and I think it's better. Man, I love to be a positive influence on people. God, that's amazing. Now, how did you do it? Like, how did you make the enemies separate so well? Sorry for repeating the question. Does zooming work on a pixel art game? Wouldn't the pixels act weird while zooming in and out? You have to, yes. You could integer scale the zooming, or you could implement zooming steps that make the pixel art look somewhat okay still. That is up to you how you implement it. I guarantee you guys, AQ could have released multiple games already. But these guys are just too smart. You need to ship a badly coded game, man. So what am I doing wrong that you guys get right? Where in my separation code do I go wrong and you right? I don't get it. Let's look. Where's separation? Collision. So like separation, right? Separation. They don't use Unity. He's using C# to code, guys. I turned the old pathing system into guiding arrows. Why do you, by the way, have diagonal arrows? And I don't. That pisses me off. I need to update my flow field. Okay, so my flow field needs updating. Okay. How do you make sure the enemies don't approach the You just do the same thing I do, right? You slide them off, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, we have the yaw variable here, the spatial grid, neighbor count, continue, dx, enemy position. So dx, dy, d2 is dx, d times? What is d2? Oh, that is the squared distance. Bro, you need to make your variable names better. If you come back to your code, you won't understand what d2 means. Why don't you just call it dist? But hey, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to code, but that's what I would do. Turn the old pathing system. Yeah, your old pathing system though was already a flow field, wasn't it? I'm looking at the video. I'm sorry that I didn't do it the instant you posted it. I'm sorry. God. I need to ban this guy. Flow field plus Bezier curves.
I just look at this guy trying to style and chat here. Yeah, I'm using a flow field plus some Bezier curves, you know. Because I'm so smart. You don't do that? Yeah. Because I'm so fat. Dummy.
Man, the art looks good, bro. Fuck, I hate you. Okay, let's continue. I do that too. If it's less than the squared distance and greater than something, no square root in the inner loop, the inverse is 1 divided by that. So I think we do that too. Let's say the squared distance is 80 and the distance is 80. Then 1 divided by the distance 80 is 0.1. I don't think, excuse me, but I don't think that works. So you are just doing plus equals on the separation. That's what I do too. It does not work for me. I can change the separation distance. I can make it twice as large, but it wouldn't do much. Hold up. There was an 8 here somewhere, yeah. Separation distance divided by 2. Because that's what you do too, right? Hold up. Man, it's calling a normalize on every neighbor. Crazy. You do a plus equals. The push is... Hold up. The inverse is 1 divided by the distance. And then the dx is not normalized. Neighbor count, separation direction. So you're not normalizing this. I'm calling length here. If the neighbor distance is less than the separation distance squared, then I do, okay, let the inverse be 1.0 divided by separation distance. And then we take push direction. And we do separation. plus equals push direction times the inverse. Let's see. Let's see how that looks. I'm squaring the distance here. That doesn't seem to do anything. Now they are on top of each other. Because... oh, because I need to... no. Neighbor distance. Neighbor distance needs to be 1 divided by the neighbor distance. Huh? 1 divided by 80. D2 is the length of the distance between the two. Hold up. I really don't understand. You normalize it at the end. Yeah, I know I normalize it at the end, but... I don't think I'll be able to get it done today, guys. To me, it looks like it's gonna be minus push direction. Could be wrong, though. No, now they move into each other. Holy cow, they move into each other. Okay. No, I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what it is. No clue. They are not pushing each other out enough. So I must be... I have to find something else. They're not stalling enough. Like the force is not strong. I can say... okay. Let's make the separation distance even larger. But it wouldn't do anything. The repulsion code, repulsion code is further down. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you or AQ have any resources for me to read off stream, would be nice. I don't have the time to work on that now. I actually need to leave. So separation, yeah, I'll store these. If you could post them on Discord here, I'll try to read through them. That would be nice, but I really have to leave. I promised to be there, and I should keep that promise, so I need to leave, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, look at this guy styling. Sorry, guys. I'll see you on Monday, okay? I'll be back on Monday. And then we back to gameplay programming. All right? There are two main tricks going on in the video. When I'm doing circle collision, instead of pushing away so they don't overlap, I push them 50% of the distance so they don't jitter. Another thing is that all push forces are calculated. I scale down the movement vector based on how large the push vector is, which helps with the clumping together. Okay, can you write that to me in Discord DM again so I can try to like make reason of it? Right now it's a bit... So it seems like you do not let them get closer than 50% the distance, and then you set the position on the guy. That seems what it is to me. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. I did not ban the people. Maybe I'll ban them on Monday. I don't know. I won, you lost, okay? Don't ever tell me I can't do something. You are wrong, okay? You have no idea how far I am willing to go. So I expect an apology from you guys. I was able to not only draw 100,000 but 1 million. So noobs. Okay, keyboard warriors. See you on Monday. Have a wonderful evening and weekend. Bye bye, guys. Tschüss. 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 On YouTube. See you tomorrow. Sorry, see you on Monday. See you on Monday, guys.